we've got a cracking lineup. Just having a look to see if everybody's on the start line. We have 6 athletes lining up, and once again it's the same qualification. It's the top 3 automatically through, and they line up from lane 2. Some fast athletes here, athletes with Olympic medals as well going in this first heat. Well, this year 7:02. Do well to go that quick today, but on the inside she is from Birmingham. She's an Irish athlete, 18 years of age, Precious Akpe-Moses. Best of 7.51 seconds recently. Next to her in lane 3, Ella Grace Edwards from Sheffield, young athlete, and looking forward to racing against this lady next to her, Amy Hunt, 22 years of age, former European junior champion. She's ran 7.22 seconds this year, just outside her best. She was a UK indoor champion 12 months ago as well. Mabel Akande in the lane next to her though. Akande turns 19 in September. She's still an under 20, ran 7.26 over the 60 metres last year. Soraya Becerra from Switzerland, only 20 years of age. It's such a young field. 7.43 seconds her best from 12 months ago. And on the outside now, coached by Richard Kilty, Yasmin Moss, 24 years of age, ran a big personal best of 7.46 seconds just last week. We'll look for something quicker here. So the 2 athletes in the middle, Mabel Akande on the left, Amy Hunt in the orange vest on the right-hand side. Olympic silver medal last year, ran the 3rd leg. She's getting better and better. But Mabel Akande, the youngster, going in lane 5. What can they run in the heats here? It's a long hold, it's a clean start, but Akande gets away very, very well, and Hunt starting to charge back. It's these 2. Amy Hunt edging away now, 7.30 seconds. Akande in 2nd, and we will have to see the replay to judge who got that 3rd automatic qualifying spot. Hunt doesn't often give much away. I don't think she's too happy with that though. 7:30. She was a bit slow out of the blocks. She picked up really well from 20 to 40 and then held on into the homes.
Yeah, terrible start there, Scott, from Amy Hunt, but really strong second half, as you expect from her. She's such a great 100-metre runner. Akande just hunted down there, the 18-year-old. She's only a youngster, Mabel Akande. They 3rd from left, very powerful out of the blocks. Hunt had to work hard to get back to her and take that one in the winning time. 7:29 to Akande, 7:32. Amy Hunt, well, she has run 7:22 this year, so yeah, she would have expected something a little bit quicker, but so often you get these sprints, they go better in the final an hour or 2 later. I bet you Hunt is quicker come the final. Yeah, I suspect so. It's a perfect condition, really, in this arena. We said it's absolutely roasting hot, but that's exactly what the sprinters would like. Sometimes a bit of a dry air in here as well, but 3rd place, though, the Swiss athlete, Soraya Becerra, 7:48, a little down on her season's best, not far off her personal best though. Yasmin Moss, 7:55 a week ago, 2 weeks ago, that would have been an equal personal best, but she is in 4th at the moment. Precious Akpe-Moses, a personal best. It's not quite a personal best because she ran 7:51 just a couple of weeks ago. Ella Edwards though, 7.64 seconds. So Yasmin Moss and Precious Akpe-Moses in those pole positions for those non-automatic qualifying spots. So there's the lineup for the 2nd heat coming at us. Linda, Lecomte, Wedderburn, Good, Hooper, Scott, Hribar of Slovenia. Gloria Hooper, fastest on paper this season. She goes in lane 5, the Italian European bronze medalist in the 4x100 in Munich back in 2022. Remember those championships? Wonderful championships in the Olympic Stadium in Munich. Good sprinter over 100 too, 11:24 her outdoor best. 7:32 she ran in Aarhus in Denmark a couple of weeks ago. Makes her the quickest in the field.
Pole vault still going through the warm-up. They've got the flexi bar out. These athletes will just gradually nudge the bar up, and if they feel comfortable they will get going. We're still waiting to see what the bar progression will be. It's a lot of young British athletes on the start list. I said we've got a couple of New Zealanders in there as well, an Olympic finalist as well, which is perhaps the one thing Molly Caudry didn't quite manage in 2024, and they will be primed for a big occasion. I said 20 years ago I was here when Elena Isinbayeva broke the world record. It was 4:88. I think she broke it earlier that week, and she broke it a few days after as well. It was that time when Isinbayeva was just breaking world records for fun and racking up the performance bonuses along with it. Well, that's Emily Borthwick, her third. Next attempts will come at 1:82. Just having a word about what needs to be altered. She knew it was close. That would be a season's best. That is a sign of an athlete that is fighting to get back to her best, and she knows it's close. But second heat of the women's 60 metres.
Yes, the athletes out there. Just 6 of them for this one. Linda of Austria on the far side. Lane 1 is empty. She goes in 2, Linda. Then Mallory Leconte of France, the French 100 champion back in 2023. Best of 11:23. 11:2, ending down towards 11:2 or quicker. Very, very good sprinting on the female side. Nia Wedderburn Goodison of Great Britain, 3rd from right there as we look at that picture. She goes in lane 4. World Under-20 Championships last year over 100 metres in Lima, down in South America. She was 4th, just outside the medals, the young Wedderburn Goodison, 20 years old now. She was actually 20 on the 9th of January. There is Lindner, the Austrian 100 champion last year, best of 7:40 this year. Her best goes back to last year's 7:32. Mallory Leconte of France, best of 7:26. Very quick indeed, second fastest in the race. Season's best 7:37. Wedderburn Goodison of Great Britain, best of 11:21 for 100. Developing nicely, the youngster in 4. Gloria Hooper goes in lane 5 for Italy. European bronze medalist in the 4x100 Munich a couple of years back. And Italian indoor 60 champion back in 2023. Best of 7:32. There's Molly Scott for Ireland. 7:42 this year, but she's 7:19 on paper. That was in Dublin a couple of years back. She's the quickest in the field in terms of personal best. She goes in 6. And Lena Hribar of Slovenia goes in lane 7 there. She'll be to the left of the picture as we see it. European under-18 finalist over 200 metres a couple of years back. On paper, she's may struggle in this sort of company. Hribar to the left of the picture in that fluorescent green that we're now familiar with in Slovenian colours. So the second heat of the women's 60 metres then. The first 3 go through by right to the final with 2 non-automatic qualifiers. The mark for the 4th placer in this one, 7:55 by Moss, who was 4th in the first heat. Lindner on the far side, Leconte, Wedderburn, Goodson, Hooper, Scott and Hribar. Away they go. Very tight in the middle, going well over in lane 3, and it's a real dip finish there. I think coming through best is in lane 4 with the youngster Wedderburn Goodison. Maybe took that on the dip. She held up ball really well all the way through to the line. It's going to be very tight indeed. But that unofficial winning time, 7:38. Well, she has run 7:33 this year. If Wedderburn Goodison did take it, she did indeed. 7:37. That's a really solid run. Just 4 100s outside her season's best set a couple of weeks ago in Lee Valley up in Sheffield. Down in London. So she will certainly make it through to the final with that win. And we looked at her to go quicker. She has a best of 7:28, which was actually 4 years ago, bizarrely.
Yeah, she's a real young star, isn't she, Naira Wedderburn Goodison? She's been ticking along nicely, and big final at the World Juniors last year. She finished 4th, and she was 6th here at the UK Indoors last year. She will really want to get back into those 7.2s, and I'm sure we'll see something like that over the next hour or so.
Hooper taking second place, there's 7:39, very tight those finishing places. 7:37 for Wedderburn Goodison, Hooper 7:39, and then LeCourte third, 7:40. Those three go through by right automatic. Lindner 7:45, so she will make it through as well with that 4th place. Good time that for 4th place. And 5th place, Ribar on 7:53 will also go through. So only the first 3 from the first heat, but all the first 5 in this second heat will go through.
Well, I'm just trying to work out where everybody finished in the order in that women's 60. They are up again very shortly. The final at 1:35. They've got less than an hour. Wedderburn Goodison just having a chat with some of our media here, and she won't have too long to recover. Get a bit of hydration on, maybe a small snack. 7:37. Not quite as quick as Amy Hunt ran in that first heat, but it's still quick. And Morgan Akando will be seeking a bit of revenge when it comes to that final a little later on as well. I'm staying on the straight because in just a moment the men's 60-metre hurdles will be getting underway. A race lined with mainly British talent.
Yes, the next event on the track, the men's 60-metre hurdles. There it is. And this a straight final. Josh Taylor sees his best of 7:97. That is actually his lifetime best as well. Callum Holder 8:16. He has gone under 8 seconds. That was in Cardiff a couple of years ago. Rafael Pereira of Brazil goes in this one, 7:64. He is the class act in this field, season's best. Although it's not his personal best. The Brazilian, who goes in lane 4, has run 7:58 in Berlin a couple of years back. Edson Gomez of Portugal goes in 5. Richie Moulin of Great Britain in 6. Ethan Akani in 7, and Jake Porter in lane 8. Plenty of the crowd getting the spirit of here. Mums and kids, you just can't control them, can you? Mind you, doesn't always need a kid.
No.
You got kids, Scott?
No kids, no, but...
that you know of?
Not, well, yeah, maybe, but the parents enjoying a dance as well, which is good. And actually, I think the parents have been dancing as much as the kids. And early on, we heard that Keely was going to be doing a few autographs under one of the blocks here, and suddenly a swarm of young women darted from the stands and onto the concourse and will have met one of their heroes. And that's perhaps one of the benefits of not racing and not attempting that world record today. So this men's 60-metre hurdles.
Yeah, 7 athletes out there. The barriers being set up by the officials. Big shout out to the officials early on. Many thanks to each and every one of them for their time given up here today. Grant Holloway, of course, holds the world record of 7.27 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Almost exactly a year ago today. In fact, 364 days ago on the 16th of February, Holloway in Albuquerque in New Mexico, which is altitude assisted, by the way. That's why so many quick times are run there. That's where the world record for 60 meters was also set. Chance or no, Lyle set a world best for 300 metres there a few years back now. Quick track, thin air.
Well, before we get underway with the men's 60-metre hurdles, we have the lineup for the men's long jump. And Sema Boni, British athlete, is the first to be called. Marko Sejko from Croatia is there as well. He's got a personal best over 8 metres, 8.04. Jan Diaz from Spain. Diaz, young 20-year-old athlete, season's best and personal best of 7 metres, 65. Luca Herden, German athlete, he's the best of 8 metres, 14. That was 2 years ago. He was 8th at the European Championships last year, jumping just over 8 metres. Alessandro Cianini, Scottish athlete, 8-metre personal best, set 2 years ago to win the Scottish Championships. He's done 7.86 at the Glasgow European meet just a couple of weeks back. We then have Eusebio Sacares from Spain, another 8-metre plus jumper, came 8th here at the World Indoors back in 2018. And the man of the moment, Jacob Fincham-Jukes, the British champion, 5th at the Olympics last year, 4th at the Europeans, and 7th at the European Indoors 4 years ago. He will fancy his chances, the 28-year-old, of getting a medal at the European Indoors and maybe even the World Indoors. And he is here to put on a show in Birmingham today. We'll see him next week as well at the UK Indoor Championships, hopefully.
Back to this hurdles where the barriers are just being finalised. Takes quite a bit of arranging. Of course, the women's 60 hurdles come straight after this one. The barriers will just have to be raised, lowered a little bit for the women. So that'll take cause a slight delay. We'll be able to focus upon the field events when that happens. The pole vaulters getting ready for their competition to get underway. They're due to start that women's pole vault at 1:10, so they've got another 22 minutes or so to go just yet. You can see them there to the left of picture. It does take a long while to get everything set up in the pole vault. The most technically demanding event for the athletes, and I think without any doubt for the officials as well. There is that sprint straight. The athletes will be running away from the camera as you see this shot of the Utilita Arena here in Birmingham. Quite some facility, isn't it, Scott? When it's absolutely full and not for any sporting setup, I think it holds, what is it, is it 15,000?
Yeah,
it's a massive arena.
It's about that, yeah. It's a great venue. I think 10,000 seats where we've got athletics track in the middle, and we are not going to be too far off that today. I think we're practically sold out for next weekend's UK Indoor Championships. Sema Boni was the first up in the long jump there, just running through on his first attempt, which will he scored as 5 metres 53. He didn't foul on the board, he just sort of stepped through, and Marko Sejko is up next.
Let's have a look at these fellas. Number 7, they're going through Ethna Kani of Great Britain. They're number 5. I'm not a huge fan of these bibs. The black number gets sort of lost against the background in some of them. That one's okay. Josh Taylor, just 18 years old. Josh Taylor, the youngest in the race by some years. He goes over on the far side in lane 2. So let's take a look at these fellas. Josh Taylor in 2. Just 18, as I said, 7.97 a couple of weeks ago in Cardiff. That's his lifetime best. There he is. England under-20 silver medalist, just very recently. There in lane 3, Callum Holder, best of 8.16 this winter. He has run 7.94. That was in Cardiff a couple of years back. He's in 3. Callum Holder. Rafael Pereira of Brazil. There he goes in lane 4. 7.58 in Berlin 3 years ago, almost to the day. He's a 13.1 performer outdoors over the high hurdles. Very, very high caliber performer, Pereira. South American golds in his past. Edson Gomes goes in 5 for Portugal. 7.84 is best in Loughborough. Actually, a month ago in January. 7.87 this year. In 6, William Ritchie Moulin. England gold medalist in the high hurdles outdoors last year. Best of 7.90, that was in Lee Valley a month ago. Ethan Akani goes in lane 7, another Briton here. UK Indoor 60 hurdles bronze medalist. 5 years ago. He's still only 25. Best of 792 this year, 778 his lifetime best. And then Jake Porter completes the lineup. Very powerfully built Jake Porter, 31 years old. Back in 2019, he won the English Championships. No major medals in recent years, but best of 808 this year against his personal best from 7 years ago now, 784. Can Jake Porter find that form of old? To the left of the picture there, all in black, and go under 8 seconds. This is a straight final, remember, no heats. Colin Jackson still holds that UK record from way back in 1994, 31 years ago now, 7:30. But anything here around 8 seconds would be quick. Taylor in 2, Holder in 3, Pereira, Gomez, Richie Moulin, Akani, Porter. Well, away they go. Really good start there from Pereira. Pereira in the orange, steaming away with this one. Big Daylight's going to win this by 2 meters and more. Dip there, I think, by Pereira, by Gomez for second place. But the winning time, well, unofficially 7:67 by Pereira. That is very close to his season's best of 7:64. Very comfortable win. Maybe if he'd had a little bit more of a battle over the second half. He was well gone by halfway. He could have run quicker. But that was a comfortable victory, the most comfortable we've seen of the day so far. 7:66, in fact. He's just 2 100ths away from his season's best. That's a really good sprint hurdling there. And he wins it by a country mile in indoor terms over the 60 hurdles. Edson Gomez of Portugal, 7:89 in second.
Well, what about young Josh Taylor on the inside from Exeter, finishing in 4th last weekend? He was racing at the England Under-20 Championships, and bear in mind it's a lower hurdle height, and in a week he's managed to adjust and go with the big boys over the top hurdle heights. And yeah, superb run, wasn't it? Pereira from Brazil, dominant, the 27-year-old. Clipped that last barrier, but well, he wasn't too far off his season's best. I'm sure we'll be pretty happy with that. And this is a World Indoor Tour bronze meet. Points count towards the rankings for invites to things like the World Indoors, and that's why it's so important and why we have some international talent on display here today.
Yeah, Josh Taylor, the second Brit home, Akani in 3rd, running 7:92. That equals his season's best. And Taylor, well, he has gone quicker than his 8 seconds dead in 4th place. He's actually run 7:97, but good, consistent hurdling. That's what you look for in the technical disciplines, is get into that groove and be really consistent and execute again and again with the right pattern. Movement patterns, really commendable.
Well, the pole vaulters still warming up, as you can see. The hurdles will be lowered and moved so that the women can head out onto the track. And there's the result from that first race.
Yeah, Pereira way gone from the others. Gomez 2 meters back, 7:89. Akani just dipping under 8 seconds there in 3rd place, and Josh Taylor, the youngster, 8 seconds exactly there in 4th place. And the barrier is being adjusted by our trusty officials. Very manpower heavy track and field athletics, none more so than on these tight indoor arenas, where coordination, and it is like a choreographed 4-hour play almost, because if you walk in the wrong direction, you don't know where you're going, you're going to get an athlete bashing into you, you're going to get some sort of trouble. Alison Kirbishley back with us now. Ali, you just had a chat with Keely upstairs in VIP. We're going to be chatting to her later on. Everything good?
Yes, surprisingly. I mean, you know,
has she come to terms?
I don't think so. I don't think she's had time to. You know, she did the last session on Wednesday. Obviously, picked up the niggle, what she thought was a niggle, and then they went straight and scanned the hamstring that evening, and then got the results pretty sharpish. And then we've got this grade 3 tear in a tendon, a hamstring tendon of her left leg. So. And then obviously she was straight on to media and everything else on the Thursday, and then coming into the arena to do a lot of behind the scenes and all of the. So I don't think she's really had time to sort of process it. But I think the fact that she's here with a smile on her face, yes, disappointment. You know, we talked a little bit about the plans for the winter. Obviously, she was very much focused on Appledorn and the European indoors, going for a third title there and kind of leading the way. The world indoors was something that she was going to wait and make a decision on. And I think the fact that she hasn't raced since Paris has kind of been more the issue. But no, I mean, really, really supportive of wanting to be here and show why she's put her name to something like the Keely Classic, and something that she hopes is going to be an annual event.
Well, we wish Keely a quick recovery from that hamstring injury. The outdoor season beckons. Exactly the same happened last winter. She got injured, missed the entire indoor season, but 2024 didn't go too badly, really, considering she won the European Championship, she won the Olympic Games, she was the world #1, undisputed world #1. So, yeah, maybe it's a good omen.
I was talking a lot about how life has changed, and she just said, you know, she did take a decent chunk of time off because she had this knee niggle off the back of Paris. So finished the season a little bit earlier than planned, but she said has just been living the dream for a couple of months. Met Giorgio Armani. I mean, that's obviously what you're decked in today.
Absolutely.
Fashion is a big part of what she is about. But and as you'll hear in the background, you know, the sound here is all driven by DJ Tony down on the infield. Again, somebody that you know well, Tim. He's on your playlist, isn't he? DJ Tony.
Oh, huge. Yeah, he's in my liked songs. Yeah. Spotify. Other play systems are available. Anyway, Scott.
Well, women's 60-metre hurdles. This is a start list, good field, lots of British talent, and a bit of international interest as well. Well, the women's sprint hurdles has been electric over the last couple of seasons. World indoor record last year by Devon Charlton at the World Indoors in Glasgow, 7:65. These athletes not quite at that level, and the Brits with the British record 7:80 set by Tiff Porter way back at the Paris Indoors in 2011. So they will be using this as a primer for next weekend. Medals up for grabs at the UK Indoors. There's our DJ Tony Perry. What have you made so far, Alison, of his work?
Yeah, big tunes. Apparently he's massive in football. He's done Champions League final. But yeah, I mean, I put the suggestion forward. No disrespect to Tony Perry there. So as we just look at the men's long jump, and yeah, I put the big bid in for Claire Griffiths, who was a good Wigan girl. She was an athlete that I used to run against at English schools level, and went into DJ, still is DJ Miss Maverick. I said there couldn't be better, a Wigan lass with the...
Weren't you at school with that DJ's mum?
Easy. It started already, Scott. It's a good job between Scott.
You started it. What are you on about?
I'm sitting in the middle of this. I'm impartial. Well,
I'm looking forward to seeing, you were saying, Scott, Abigail Paula coming straight off the back of a Bucks win last night. We're about to see the women that are just warming up, just getting their blocks set for this women's 60 hurdles.
Well, here's the big man himself in the men's long jump. Jacob Fincham-Dukes had the season of his life last year, 4th at the Europeans, 5th at the Olympics. He's now looking for bigger and better and further distances. He's 28 years of age, based out in the US. He was at college there. 8 meters 18, just off the British indoor record. That's pretty good as a starter. Just gauging that early jump. That was his first attempt. Just waiting to see what that comes up as. And the competition led by the Croatian Marko Sejko with 7:57 his opening round jump, and Jacob Fincham-Dukes, a lot of speed. He's a 10.5 man over the 100 metres. People will always ask if you can do it in the US, can you do it over here in the UK, in Europe?
It's about being consistent, though, isn't it? You know, I mean, you look at Jacob. I mean, his lifetime best is 8:18. historically, that's not a massive jump. But actually, he's consistent, and that's his strength. He gets out there, hitting close to his best again and again. In the major championships, that's what you need, and you will pick up these top places in the top half dozen if you hit pretty good lengths. Even though, yeah, you know, the world record's 8.95, and there were plenty of people back in the 80s, 90s, and noughties who were jumping 8.50 in the 8.60s. 8.18, good enough these days.
Yeah, 7.37 for Fincham Cheeks in the first round. That's Sam Meboni, who runs through that second attempt a bit like he did in the first round, which gave him a mediocre score of 5.53. Just not quite feeling that jump and bailing after the takeoff. But here comes the women's 60-metre hurdles lineup. 8 athletes towing the line. Well, lots of colours out there, isn't there? Everybody wearing a different strip, no more so than Jess Hunter on the inside, wearing that all-pink outfit. 28 years of age now. She's incredibly experienced. She made the semi-finals at the European Outdoor Championships. Over 100-metre hurdles. Personal best, 8.14 seconds. She's only done 8.50 this year. Jess Turner, she'll be looking to knock a chunk off that coming to Birmingham today. Lane 2 outside of her, Anastasia Davies, 25 years of age. Went to the European under-23s 4 years ago, came 8th on that day, the Blackheath and Bromley athlete. Welsh indoor silver medalist this year as well. Marika Majewska from Poland, 22 years of age. 8.10 second, that season's best. European junior bronze medalist a few years ago as well. Teresa Sinova from the Czech Republic, 23 years of age. 8.06 her personal best, which puts her the fastest in this field. Abby Paulett then, well, wearing that Welsh strip, was in Sheffield yesterday to set a championship record over the 60-metre hurdles. If 3 rounds wasn't enough yesterday, she's coming here today for more. Can she improve on that 8.11? Marley Jessup, saw her here last year at the UK Indoor Championships. Got a silver medal at that event over the last 2 years. Jenna Blundell ran the European under-23s a couple of years ago. 5th at the UK Indoors 3 years back, and on the outside, background in heptathlon like a few of these athletes do. Emma Nwafor, 28 years of age, ran 8.07 5 years back. It's a big field, close field, and Paula in the middle looking to add to that championship record she set at the British Universities last night.
On your marks.
So Hunter, Davies, Majewska, Sinova, Paulett, Jessup, Blundell, Nwafor on the outside. The 2 European athletes from lane 3 and 4, the fastest in the field. Comes that good start from Davies in lane 2, and it's all consistent in the middle. Majewska now just starting to pull away. Paulett in second, 8.12 on the clock. Or did Abby Paulett get that? She was closing so quickly. Majewska got out the blocks incredibly quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I think Abby didn't quite react as well as she'd hoped, but I mean, given the fact that she had those 3 runs yesterday in Sheffield, taking the Bucks title so impressively and smashing her personal best there, they've actually both been given 8.15, but the nod has been given on the photo finish to Majewska, Poland, 8.15, Abby Paulett in second. A great last surge, last 3 hurdles for her.
Well, it was close. They were literally toe-to-toe. Only really the reaction time, the difference between the 2 athletes. And I think Abby Paulett, her 4th race in, less than 24 hours, will be delighted to have backed up that 8.11. That's her 2nd fastest of all time.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, you know, she is a pentathlete. She's competed at the World Indoors in the pentathlon, finished in 9th place, so multi-eventer, showing her strength. And it tends to be, you know, the sprint hurdles is where our multi-eventers seem to flourish. Obviously, Jessica Ennis-Hill being the one notable. But yeah, it's good to see Abby there. I mean, the European qualifying is 8 flat, so maybe pushing it a little bit, but she'll be flying high in confidence off the back of the Bucks win, and then be able to push the likes of Majewska of Poland all the way to the line and split the 2 European athletes there, and Sinova from Czechoslovakia.
Women's pole vault, there's the lineup. Molly Cordery, of course, the main protagonist in this one. So much expected of her. Cordery, reigning world indoor champion. Natalie Hooper goes second in the jumping order. Hooper, best of 4:32 this winter, that is her lifetime best. Sophie Ashurst, her dad Andy Ashurst was a Commonwealth champion back in the day, 1986, I think, 4:15 this year. Olivia McTaggart of New Zealand, well, they've got 1 or 2 good vaulters. 2024 Olympic finalist, she was 13th in Paris last year. Namea Munir of Great Britain at 4:37 vaulter again. That was in Loughborough just last week. That's her lifetime best. Won the English title under 23 last year. Imogen Ayres of New Zealand goes in this one too. Ayres 4:67, the Kiwi, 12th in the Olympic Games last year. And then of course Molly Cordery. Well, the less said about her at the Olympic Games in Paris, the better. She was absolutely gutted to not get through qualifying. It was a disastrous campaign for her at the Paris Games, and yet she has shown she's got fantastic temperament for major championships again and again. Let's hope she gets it right here today. Her season's best 4:75. Apparently good things going on in training, so she's hoping to attack at least her personal best of 4:86, and maybe Holly Bradshaw's UK indoor record of 4:87.
Well, that's the result from the women's 60-metre hurdles. Majewska 8:15. Abby Paulett, it says a personal best, it's not really. She ran 8:11 last night, but it is her second fastest of all time. Teresa Sinova 8:23 for third, and Emma Orfor coming in fourth, the second Brit across the line. So we will get a lot of action in the long jump and pole vault. That's Jacob Fincham-Jukes on his second attempt. It's a shame we don't have an 8-metre marker next to the pit, but that's going to be a little further than his first round effort of 7:37. He currently sits in second, Jacob Fincham-Jukes, and he will be wanting to come here and take a big win, and he certainly looks at himself as somebody that should be winning medals at these majors now.
Yeah, 100%. Like Tim said earlier, you know, he's peppering that 8-metre, 8. I mean, he looks disappointed with that as we watch that replay. And 7:47, yeah, I mean, a slight improvement on that. But yeah, he'd be wanting to get much closer, if not past that 8-metre mark, because he has done more than that this year. And obviously, if he's looking to medals at Appledorn in the European indoors, he's already bettered the European qualifiers, so he'll just have to come out next week at the British Championships and finish in that vital top 2 spot. But yeah, he's somebody now that clearly should be talked up as a medal hope, and clearly has his own hopes and expectations. He's currently now down on the runway, clapping the next guy lining up and getting behind them. But yeah, it's something that he needs to be thinking about.
Sama Boni has not got a full jump in his first 2 rounds, and it's the same again really. So he's just not feeling that comfortable on the runway, and it's a real art, isn't it, to try and measure. Just looking on this head-on shot, I'm not sure the runway's that straight either, but Boni just failing and pulling out of that one. It will be measured, but it won't count. So back to the straight. Sama Boni into the crowd to get some coaching and a bit of advice. He needs a bit of it because it's not going his way right now. More 60-metre action for you now. The pole vault, though, at its early height of 3 metres 80. And Natala Hooper getting first clearance at 3 metres 80.
It is a modest height, isn't it? But a lot of these athletes, of course, will be happy to pop over something in the low 4-metre range today. That's a very comfortable clearance there for Hooper. For a little while before Molly Cordery comes in, there'll be quite a few heights prior to that. Athletes getting ready for the men's 60-metre races. We've got next event on the track is the para men's 60 metres, then the men's and women's 60 finals. Remember, we saw the heats earlier, and then the para women's 60 metres.
That was Sophie Ashurst, her first round attempt. A foul at clearance at 380 rather, and Molly Cordery.
It looks like she's passed up to 4:35 on our information system here in the stadium, which I guess will be, I mean, it's well within her compass, isn't it? So that is very much, like you said, Scott, a sighter for her. 4:75 season's best already this year.
Not to jinx it, but I think it was 4:40 at Paris last year that she came in at.
Okay, let's not talk about that.
Yeah.
Or whisper it.
Well, I've mentioned it, but that's we'll say nothing more about Paris for Molly, because she is a great athlete, and weren't we all thrilled to watch her take that bit of a surprise gold at the World Indoors.
Yeah, she really shot to the front of the pack, didn't she, last indoor season in 2024, and to win that gold in Glasgow on home soil must have been pretty special.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just see Diaz of Spain, another failure at attempt 3 for him in the long jump there. But yeah, I mean, that, I think, you know, for a lot of athletic fans, you know, she is still very young, Molly, but the name will have still, even for a lot of athletic fans, would have been new to them. And she just rode the wave last year, didn't she? And that World Indoor title in Glasgow, there was something special. And I really enjoyed watching her afterwards. She went down into the BBC studios and could hardly speak when she sat next to Jess Ennis-Hill, who was one of her absolute idols. And it was just so lovely to see somebody that had just taken a title flying high at the top of her game, 492. And yeah, she's a real special talent.
What I find amazing is that 10 years ago at the England Age Group Championship, she was somebody that wasn't necessarily getting on the podium. And 10 years later, she's progressed to becoming somebody that's talked about for world and Olympic titles. And, you know, it just goes to show that you don't necessarily have to be the best at 15, but by the time you get to 24, you can be a real talent and challenging for golds.
Well, this long jump continues. And Luke Herden there, 450, his opener. It was a run through clearly. Herden is a 773 jumper at his best. He's one of that pack knocking on the door of 8 metres. Nice height there from Herden. 25-year-old, 771 this year, very close to his lifetime best. 8th in the European Championships last summer in Rome, so he's got the calibre. 746, well, he's beginning to get into the conversation now, is Herden, with that mark close to 7.5 metres.
Well, this replay of Hooper going nice and clear at 4 metres. That's a good jump over for Shanini. He's an 8-metre man at best. His best so far, 7:23. Alessandro Shanini. I don't think our results are quite updated. I think he's down in 4th now. And that was 7:45. So we've got 3 athletes within 3 centimetres. Shanini, Herden and Jacob Fincham-Jukes that currently sits in 2nd with 7 metres 47.
It's a battle that these two guys are used to. You know, they're 1st and 2nd in the UK rankings this year, but like I say, Fincham-Jukes, I think he'll be very, very annoyed with himself if he doesn't get over that 8-metre distance today.
Well, some power events coming up for you now. The men's 60 metres, the first. And I'm just looking down on that start line, and I don't think everybody that was supposed to be here is here. So we'll have to try and decipher just who is where. So on the inside then, Rio Booth, season's best of 8 metres 69. British University's long jump 4th placer last year. Now this young man, under 20, Ewan Murray, UK School Games 100 metre champion in 2024. Well, the Commonwealth Games champion. I was there that night when he won the 100 metres. It was a cracking evening. Emmanuel Oyimbo-Coker, his season debut here at the Keely Classic, 7:05 personal best from 2024. Segun Samuel, T46 athlete, 7:28 his personal best set this season. Ran 11:07 outdoors over the 100 metres last summer. And the last man in this lineup, Marcus Facey-Dell from Sheffield, a season's best of 8:25 this year. Ran at the 2024 UK Indoors in the Para 60. Good to have him back here with us in Birmingham.
On your marks.
So, Oyimbo-Coker, the man to beat, lines up in lane 3. Keep an eye out for Segun Samuel as well, going in lane 4. That Be Fit Today Track Academy vest. He will pose a challenge as well. But wouldn't it be good for Emmanuel Oyimbo-Coker to get another win in Birmingham as he did 3 years ago?
Set.
Away cleanly, great start from Samuel, and he is flying at the moment. Oyimbo-Coker on his season's debut with some work to do. It's close on the line, but Segun Samuel taking the win from Emmanuel Oyimbo-Coker. 7:32, it's just outside his lifetime best. And we will hopefully see these guys next weekend at the UK Indoor Championships. Good run though, quick out of the blocks.
Great run, yeah, and I think it was very much Samuel Segun that reacted the best and really kind of headed Emmanuel Oyimbo-Coker from the gun, and Emmanuel just couldn't get back onto Samuel Segun's shoulder there, and he really did hold him off. 7:31, just outside both of their season's best this year. Oyimbo-Coker hasn't run an awful lot indoors, and as you said, Scott, has got great memories of running here in Birmingham, taking the Commonwealth title here back in 2022.
Well, we saw the long jump once again. Jacob Fincham-Dukes was on the runway for his 3rd round attempt as Segun Samuel spikes in arm. Back to the warm-up area. You don't need a warm-up area when it's so hot in the arena.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's roasting.
It certainly is.
It's ridiculous. I'm sitting here in a t-shirt and I'm boiling. We're high up above the finish line. We've got a very privileged position in the arena. What's Keely chucking around? T-shirts?
Yeah, Keely's now throwing out. Keely, do not run. Do not run.
I was going to say, be careful of that hammy.
I'll tell you what, she's got an arm on her because I think she just made it into about row F or something like that.
Steve Backley would be
Ali,
impressed
you're the
with
fashion queen. Her jeans are undone at the front. They're actually coming down a bit.
I think I'm an awful lot older than Keely now, so I'm not going to comment on the fashion attire. But yeah, it's something that she holds dear. She has real fashion.
I mean, look, call me old. I'm used to waistbands being loose, but when you actually undo a couple of buttons and let them slide down your legs, that's cheating, isn't it?
Well, I think it's the look, Tim. Let's not try and comment.
I said she's got a good arm, but on the top bend, then she's just completely missed the stand. So
I'm not liking the fact that her left hand keeps going to her hamstring. Can we just?
She's limping.
Can we just? I know, no, she definitely is. I mean, I think let's wrap her in cotton wool, please.
Well, that was just the results from that men's 60-metre para. Second, Samuel 7:31, Emmanuel Oyimbo Coker 7:34, and Ewan Murray, great run for the young man in 7:95. That is a big personal best for him.
There it is, line up for the men's 100 final. They had their heats just over an hour ago. John Refloco, Kinashi of Japan, the Italian Bafour. What a great international look there is to this one. Propotnik of Slovenia, the best in the heat. Zeze of France, watch him. Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake, if he can get a good start, he could take this one. Andy Robertson, of course, always so reliable. He goes in 7, and Jean-Christian Zurignon of Sweden goes in this one in lane 8. Zurignon getting through as the non-automatic qualifier from the second heat. Efoloco over in lane 1, the non-automatic qualifier from the first heat. That's why they get those outside lanes. It shouldn't make much difference, but it does. The athletes like to be in the middle of all the action in those middle lanes, and that's where the faster qualifiers get placed.
I bumped into Louis Hinchliffe the other week, obviously now based back here, training under tutelage of Richard Kilty. I'd love to have
Where'd
seen
you bump
him
into him?
He was at the National Running Show here in Birmingham. He's...
what was he doing there? He's a sprinter.
He was with his coach, hanging out with a couple of their brands.
Sophie Ashurst then, 4:20. Her first attempt, and has just knocked it off. She's having a good season, but yeah.
Ali, what were you going to say about Louis?
No, I
Hinchliffe?
was just saying I would have loved to have seen him indoors. You know, I mean, obviously he burst on the scene last year. I haven't seen him race an awful lot. I know you see a lot more of the under 17, under 20 champ, Scott. You've probably seen him before he kind of made his emergence last year, and I think he's such a stocky, powerful sprinter. I would love to have seen him indoors, but I think he's had a couple of niggles, so the season's not, you know, the indoors were never going to be as part of their plan, but it was good to see him with Richard. They've got a great rapport, the two of them.
I think that's a good match, really. I think it's a good match.
Joe Ferguson training in that group as well. He's been up my neck of the woods, getting altitude training in the northeast with Kilty.
So the athletes then, just about ready for this 60 final. Over on the far side is Jonah Efoloco. The Irishman, 35 years old now, oldest in the field by some margin. 6:76 in his heat. That was his season's opener, by the way. Personal best was 6:63 a couple of years back. There is Yoshiki Kinashi of Japan, the 23-year-old, 6:60. Just a couple of weeks ago, his lifetime best, Kinashi. 6:70 here today. If he can get down towards 6:60, could be in the conversation for the win. Bafour, Stefan Bafour, the Italian under 23 champion for Italy last year, building a career nicely. The 21-year-old, he goes in 3. Then in 4, Propotnik, bit of a surprise package in the final. In the heats, the Slovenian came through to win the second heat in 6:68. Zeze, well, he was the quickest in the heats an hour ago, 6:65. The Frenchman, Meba Michael Zeze, 30 years old now, very experienced, been around a long time. Back in 2011, he was bronze medalist in the World Under-18 Championships. He's really served his country well. Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake, well, of course, the most experienced in the field. Gold medalist in the 4x400 back in 2017. Plenty of 4x100 silvers and bronzes for Great Britain as well. He goes in 6. And 7, Andy Robertson, European indoor 4th placer back in 2021 over 60 metres. His best 6:54. If he can get anywhere near that, he could take this one from lane 7. And Jean-Christian Zurignon of Sweden, he goes there in lane 8. Zurignon 4th in his heat in 6:79. But his season's best and his lifetime best, a very, very useful 6:68 in Denmark a couple of weeks back, about 3 weeks ago, in fact. He's a 10:3 sprinter, is Zurignon, but these 60 races, this indoor form, may see him improve upon that in the coming summer. European Indoor Championships just a couple of weeks away now. So into their blocks then, this utility arena in Birmingham, full silent. Efoloco on the far side in 1, Kinashi in 2, Bafur in 3, Propotnik in 4, Zeze, the fastest in the heats, goes in 5 there, right in the centre. Mitchell Blake 6, Robertson 7, 0-0 8. Well, away they go. Really good start from Propotnik over on the far side. Kinashi of Japan takes this one by a margin. Look at that, fabulous. Exploded out of the blocks, and he turns around his form from the heat when he finished 3rd in 6:70, and the unofficial winning time there's 6:62 for Kinashi. Well, that is very close to his lifetime best of 6:60 set in Miramar in the USA, what, a couple of weeks ago on the 31st of January. That is brilliant. He's taken that one very, very comfortably indeed. 6:62, it is confirmed. Wow, the others never got a sniff really. It was such a good start, Ali Kirbishley, from second to right there, Kinashi in the light blue. Mitchell Blake, does he come through there? Yes, he does, just dips for that second spot, but again, his start lets him down a bit.
Yeah, they gave him a streak, didn't they? He really did react there, Kinashi, and as you see from the lane too, you know, the kind of favourites are drawn in those middle lanes, so we were looking at that kind of 3, 4 and 5, and they did not react. And Kinashi, yes, they were running him down, but he held his own, and great dip on the line, just outside his lifetime best set this season already. The guy is definitely in shape. 6:62 confirmed as your men's 60 winner.
Well, that is quite some performance. He's only a 10-2 performer outdoors, 10:21. In fact, Kinashi ran last year, but a rising force, I would say, the 23-year-old Japanese. That's a nice win, taking some good scalps.
Well, long jump is still continuing, and into the 4th round. The pole vault bar is at 4 meters 20, and we continue with this long jump. Marco Secco, 7:57. That is 1 centimetre behind Jacob Pitcham-Dukes as it stands, who sits in second. The leading distance at the moment, 7 meters 73. Well, he waits, calms himself, lowers that heart rate, and he will attempt to best Jacob Pitcham-Dukes and Eusebio Sacares in this 4th round. Long striding, isn't he? Galloping down the runway. And I'm not sure, it's not too far off 750, but maybe no improvement.
No, I don't think that's going to improve. Head down, you're kind of looking at the reaction of the athlete. He really does, he kind of kicks out. He sort of sits back in his run-up, and he doesn't really utilise those long legs that he does have, but yet no improvement since his first round effort of 7:57, confirmed at 7:39.
So Secco will stay in 3rd place. And the fast girls in the middle getting their block set up for this final of the women's 60 metres.
There it is, confirmation of that win for Yoshiki Kinashi, 6:62. It looked more convincing than that gap suggests. Back to Mitchell Blake, although the Brit was finishing fast. Zeze, the fastest in the heats, having to settle for 3rd. That's a little bit of a turn-up. Propotnik, the other heat winner, down in 4th place, although a season's best for him, 6:67.
Good to see Mitchell Blake, though. You know, another equalled this season's best, his personal best, 6:65. So just to be outside of that, knowing full well that his reaction was terrible. You know, this is a guy who we do know that is the longer sprints, 200 metres as his kind of specialist. So he's clearly working on his reaction, and great to see him back. You know, he's had such a torrid time of injury. You know, I think he's still got something to offer, particularly the relay team as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He will be happy with that, beating people that have got quicker personal best set this year than him, and he's up for the national 200 metres later on, so we'll see him for a 3rd time too. And that was Ashurst in the pole vault, over 4 meters 20, and she is now out of the competition with a best of 4 meters. And Ashurst, who set a season's best 4 meters 15 just a couple of weeks ago, she's up for potentially this summer the European Under-23 Championship. She has the standard already, so we'll be looking to go over 4:30 again this season. So Olivia McTaggart entering the competition. for the first time. The New Zealander, 25 years of age, set a personal best 4.71 almost 2 years ago, and 13th in the Olympic final with 4.66 at the World Indoors. A few years back, she came 4th at the Commonwealth Games here in Birmingham a few years ago, so not a stranger to these parts. Been training up in Loughborough at the high pack as well. Bar now at 4.35 for the pole vault. So here come our 60-metre stars then. The lineup for this women's 60 metres. Well, strong British representation, but European nations here too. Nina Freebar, the Slovenian athlete, goes on the inside. Mallory Lecomte of France in 2. Gloria Hooper trains in the UK, the Italian, going in lane 3. Naya Wedderburn-Goodison, such a young talent, 4th at the World Junior Championships over 100 metres last year. This Lecomte, the French athlete, made the short trip over, ran really well in the heats earlier. Was toe-to-toe with the British star, Naya Wedderburn-Goodison. This is Gloria Hooper. Seen one Italian in the men's 60 metres even before. He's based in Coventry, she's based up north. Gloria Hooper, 7:29, her personal best dates back to the Portland World Indoors in 2016. Naya Wedderburn-Goodison, as I say, 6th at the UK Indoors last year. Amy Hunt didn't seem too pleased with her time of 7.29 seconds in the heat. She's ran 7:22 this year. She wants to get a 7.1 time, her personal best dating back a few years. Mabel Akande, young star, only 18 years of age. She's the youngest in the field, a best of 7:26. Soraya Becerra, the Swiss athlete, going in lane 7. Wasn't too far off her best in the heats. And Magdalena Lindner of Austria going on the outside in lane 8. So, could be any one of these 8 athletes. Amy Hunt, who
on your marks
won her heat and the UK indoor title on this track 12 months ago, will fancy her chances. So, Freebar, Lecomte, Hooper, Wedderburn-Goodison, Hunt, Akande, Becerra and Lindner, the women's 60-metre final.
Set.
Good start for Wedderburn-Goodison. Akande is there too. Hunt coming through now. Will she get there? Yes, she will, Amy Hunt. 7:24. Akande had the early lead, but it was Amy Hunt that came through for the win. And the time just outside her season's best on the clock, 7.24 seconds.
Yeah, she dipped into every bit of strength she had there. She reacted well, and it was a real battle to the line between her and Akande. 7:24, a good gap between her and second place for Amy Hunt. I think she'll be pleased with that. She really did hold her own and was almost accelerating into the line there. You know, the strength of this young athlete who's still only 22 burst onto the scene and obviously was pivotal in that silver medal in the relay team in Paris last year, and really looking good. As she dipped on the line, took her time to rise in that drive phase, and you could just see her gliding to the right of the lane as she knew that Akande was right next to her on her shoulder. But a very impressive run there for Amy Hunt, just outside her season's best. She's still shy of that European qualifying, which I think she will be hoping to get now. She's got a chance obviously next week at the British Championships, the likes of Bianca Williams, just never gets old. She's already taken her personal best time down to 7:20 this year, so has that European qualifying. I'm sure we'll be seeing her at the British Championships next week.
Yeah, Joy Eze won the British Universities yesterday, a championship record 7.19 seconds, which is absolutely flying.
And we can take 3, which I was surprised at. I thought we were only taking 2, so I think the noise is out there to want to take a very, very strong team to the European Championships in Apeldoorn in early March.
Well, Seiko in the long jump, that extended stride down the runway. Well, where will that land? It's a legal jump. We could just see Molly Caudry taking her debut vault of the Keely Classic in the background. Seiko.
Here is Caudry. Clears that one by a country mile. No trouble at all for Caudry. They're at 4:35. Very modest opening height for her. Perhaps, as you mentioned earlier, Scott, a sort of sighting vault, just playing it safe. I mean, gosh, you wouldn't expect her normally to come in that early.
No, but she's here to entertain the crowd, isn't she? So they want to see Molly Caudry vault as Mallory Leconte gets a bit of medical support. Looks like she might have pulled up with a calf or hamstring injury. This is her 2 in from the right. A picture, ooh, that's just an awkward stumble, and I think that might be a calf issue, maybe an Achilles issue, and I hope she hasn't done the big one. That would be very, very nasty, and yeah, we hope she's okay.
Well, the next event on the track is the Para Women's 60 metres. There's that win confirmed for Amy Hunt. Do you think it puts pressure on other sprinters, Scott, when they know she's coming all the way through, all the time, they can't relax? Do you tighten up if you know somebody's coming from behind?
Yeah, I think you do. It's a lot easier to chase than be chased, isn't it? And Mabel Akande, who is well known for getting out of the block so quickly, will have felt that pressure, particularly knowing that Amy Hunt now, she's an Olympic finalist, she's an Olympic silver medalist. That adds a bit of extra punch to it as well.
Ali, you were a world-class 400-metre runner. Do people feel that? If you're in a 400 and you're going well, but you know somebody, one of your opponents is behind you, but you know they're a strong finisher down the home straight, does it play in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I had many a battle with Donna Fraser, and Donna used to get out so quick, and it took me a while once I raced her an awful lot to realise, you know, let's not panic, because that's what Donna does. And, you know, my strength was very much sort of a strength endurance 400-metre runner. I didn't have the raw speed that Donna had, and so I had to trust that, and you have to trust in your strength. And you know, and I think that's applied to any distance really, as we look back down at the men's long jump now in the 5th round.
Well, Sacarez leads the competition with 7.73. He's only got 1 legal jump so far, and that's another foul for him. So
I guess this is another question about the kind of runways. We do know that this you know, this stadium is not a permanent stadium, but this track was relayed only a few years ago, and it is quick. It's known to be quick, certainly on the bank track, but very much the runway, both long jump and the pole vault runways. And I think you can see that it takes a while for both the pole vaulters to sight the planting box and then the takeoff board for the long jumpers. And clearly Chachares of Spain is struggling with that.
So to this Para Women's 60 metres, 7 athletes out there will break off for this long jump.
Samaboni here struggled early on in the competition to get a decent jump in. He jumped 7.04 in the 4th round, and it's a foul in the 5th and the 6th round that we just saw there. It's going to be a finish of 6th place for Samaboni. Well, not quite his day, but 7.04, down on his best. He would have wanted more, but as you say, it's difficult on these runways sometimes when you're not quite used to the speed, and the heat of the arena adds to it as well.
So the athletes out there then for this women's para 60 metres. Sophie Hahn will go in lane 5. She is the big star in this one, I think it's fair to say. Paralympic gold medalist in Rio 2016 and Tokyo 2021. 6th in Paris last year. Sophie Hahn, she's still only 28, should still be in the prime of her career, but this event is getting more and more competitive. Para events generally getting more and more competitive, more and more individuals realising it's an opportunity for them and training hard, and the numbers growing. There is the lineup. Oates, Levitt, Hand down. Hahn goes in 5, Elizabeth Dodds in 6, Rebecca Scott in lane 7. That was them just getting their blocks ready. They'll be brought out for the crowd shortly, as this crowd are loving this atmosphere.
Well, Shanini then in the 6th round. He sits in 5th place at the moment. His best of 7 metres 45 from the 3rd round. He came within a centimetre of that with his last attempt, and round 6 has been given the red flag.
I think he liked that as well, you know. See if we can see a replay of the board, because I think that might have been tight. We certainly thought that was illegal. Unfortunately, he can't better that 7.45, so I think Shanini will be a little bit disappointed knowing that he has jumped further than that this season.
He's a tall, rangy runner. He's really expressive, and he was dancing around when he jumped 8 metres at the Scottish Champs a couple of years ago. A bit like this young lady here who is enjoying the tunes that our DJ is playing for us here.
I'll have some of what she's on, please.
Yeah, get it up to our commentary box.
It's the beauty of never knowing the camera's on you.
Yeah.
Dance like you think no one's watching.
Well, even this mum as well. I didn't get the pink memo today. There's lots of pink outfits out there. Herden then, his 6th round in 4 with 7 metres 46. Gets the green flag. We'll see it again, because that didn't look too far off. I think that was McTaggart, 4.45. First time clearance for her. And it is only Molly Caudry, Olivia McTaggart and Imogen Ayres in the competition now, as they march on to 4 metres 45 and beyond.
Back to these para-athletes now brought out, having to set up their blocks. Always found that a bit strange. There was about a 2-minute gap between them having to march out of the stadium and be brought back in. But anyway, India Oates goes on the far side in lane 1. Darlington Harriers athlete, lives in Durham, there she is. Coached by Helen Bowles. That smile, I'm sure, hiding a lot of nerves from the T35 athlete. Victoria Levitt from Hindburn goes in lane 2. That's Macy Hand. Now, just looking to see, lane 2 is actually empty, I think. Yes, it is. Victoria Levitt is gone. So that's Macy Hand we just saw from Bridgnorth. There's Madeline Down, Commonwealth Youth Games 100 metres and long jump champion back in 2023. The Hales Owen athlete. She goes in 4. There's Sophie Hahn. Well, the 28-year-old, virtually a living legend now. Silver medalist in the Commonwealth Games in 2022. Bronze medalist in the World Para Championships in Paris. And 6th in Paris last year after golds in Rio and Tokyo over 100. Elizabeth Dodds goes in 6th, the T38 athlete up against Sophie Hahn. That is quite some challenge in the lane beside her. And in lane 7, completing the lineup, Rebecca Scott there goes in lane 7. All smiles, but Hahn surely the outstanding favourite here. 3rd from left, looks confident. Ironically, about the smallest out there, isn't she, Sophie Hahn?
On your marks.
Multiple para world champion. Medals galore in Sophie Hahn's much medalled career. Hahn 3rd from left then in lane 5. Great start from Hahn, really good start from Madeline Down, 2 in the yellow. Down holding her, stride for stride. Now Hahn, that strength begins to pull her clear over the last 25 or so. She wins by about a metre. And that winning time for Hahn, 8.15. Well, it was never really in doubt, but I tell you what, Madeline Down, just 17 years old, a lot bigger in stature than Sophie Hahn. The Hale Zone athlete gave her a real run for her money over the last 40 or so. And a winning time 8:15, down 8:37. Yeah, about 1.5 meters down, and Rebecca Scott 8:60 in third makes it onto the rostrum.
Yeah, great run from Sophie Hahn. We haven't seen her run indoors for a good few years. 2022 was the last time we saw her. And yeah, she's the pocket rocket, isn't she? She's made for certainly 60 metres and 100 metres. Obviously disappointing not to get on the podium in Paris, but at the age of 28 now, you know, like you said, Tim, her medal haul is just phenomenal. Great for Maddie Downs, though, to be able to rub shoulders with the likes of the great Sophie Hahn and get this sort of experience at the young age that she is, a long jump specialist and as well as a sprinter, Commonwealth Youth Games champion in the past. So what an experience to be toe-to-toe with Sophie Hahn.
I was going to say, it benefits youngsters, doesn't it, to be racing against big names? It's almost subliminal, the benefit it gives you psychologically.
Yeah, we've got the big man now. He's got one attempt left to try and get himself back at the top of the podium here in the long jump.
Yeah, Fincham-Jukes, last effort. He needs more than 5 centimetres to get in pole position. He hasn't led at all in this competition. He's been sat in second for a long while, and he's been made to wait at the top of the runway here. He's jumped 8.45 meters windy outdoors. That was a few years ago in Texas. And here at the Keely Classic, Jacob Fincham-Jukes has an opportunity to put the pressure on. With only 2 jumps to go in this competition, it's the Brit who finished 5th at the Paris Olympics last summer.
Making him wait, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think there's a technical issue down. We're just looking at the officials and the production team now running round, scratching their heads. Not what you need.
No, it's not, is it? I mean, I think he will enjoy this moment. These are the sort of practice rounds when you get to a major championships and you need to deliver that big performance and add a few centimetres onto your current score. And this is a good prep for him going into the European indoors and World indoors.
Yeah, it looks like somebody's now had a chat with him and he's now going and putting his leggings back on. So I think they must be having an issue with measuring equipment down there. They've decided to give him a bit of time out. So now the leggings are going back on and he's just got to hold. That's difficult because, you know, you do build those, you know, your adrenaline levels are heightened, you know you're about to jump, and now you've got to kind of bring it back down, bring the heart rate back down. He's now decided he doesn't want the leggings back on, as we see the results there.
There it is, yeah. Hahn 8:15 from down. It was a comfortable victory eventually. She seems to carry on accelerating. Her holds her form really well. Rebecca Scott 8:60 there, and those 3 well away from the rest. Lizzie Dodds down on 9 seconds, just ahead of Macy Hand. Unfortunately, Victoria Levitt unable to start.
You mentioned that about, you know, kind of the inspiration. You know, I remember running against Sally Gunnell here in 1996.
18-0.
Yeah, it was still colour. You were black and white, remember that?
I was black and white, yeah, and it moved very fast, like Charlie Chaplin when I was running.
It was such a, you know, there's something special when you're kind of rubbing shoulders with, you know, the names and the faces of your sport, and Sophie Hahn is definitely that with what she's done for Paralympic.
Well, Molly Caudry on her second attempt at 4.45 meters. She failed the first attempt. This time she makes no mistake, and that is a clear vault, and she will move up to the next height of 4.55 meters. That looked good.
It did, didn't it? Yeah, she definitely got the height. Very tidy jump from her there, and I think this is the beauty. You know, indoor season is so, I guess, it's concertinaed into such a short period. You don't get a lot of competition practice, and I think, you know, we only saw her last week or this week, only 4 or 5 days ago now. So to be able to then
Do you think, though, sometimes, I mean, look, she came at 4:35, having a hiccup at 4:45, when you're a 4:86 vaulter, is it almost too low?
Oh, I think it's such a
plays in your
technical.
mind?
I'm sure, you know, it's such a technical event. They really do need to kind of get in a rhythmical event as well. You know, she really does need to get used to the runway, the speed of the runway, sighting the box, everything else that her and her coach are working on from a technical point of view. You know, you've got to be doing it at the lower levels.
There's also the risk of, in the pole vault, you could be sat around for 20 minutes between attempts if you're not doing anything.
1:10 this competition started, so she'll have been eager to get going. And funnily enough, we saw Mondo come out, was it last night? 6:01 first jump.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, this guy, did he go up to 6:10 in the end?
6:10, yeah.
So, yeah, I think when you're operating at that sort of height that he is,
next level, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's nothing on the track now for about half an hour, so we really can focus on this women's pole vault as the heights climb upwards, which is good news for you and us.
Yeah, Olivia McTaggart, 4:45, clear at the first attempt. Only 2 attempts so far. This is a real showcase of pole vault, and the New Zealander, who set a season's best with 4:45 in the previous round, as Fincham Dukes has his final attempt. Oh, that looks a bit of an improvement.
He's got the green flag, Scott.
Well, I don't think he's going to be too far off. Something around 760 or 770 as McTaggart bails on 4:55 first attempt. We're flicking around here because there's 2 field events. We've got 1 jump to go in the long jump.
Yeah, we're nowhere near the climax of this event yet. We're hoping Molly Cordery will go several heights better than this 4:55. McTaggart refusing that.
Well, it was close, but not close enough for Jacob Fincham Dukes. 7:61. Not quite far enough. This is it again. It looked pretty good, though.
Yeah, he's certainly got the height. He has that the hitch kick in mid-air, and he looks tidy and compact, but yeah, it just wasn't quite firing. He wasn't able to put that sort of speed, but now we look at Chachares of Spain. He knows he's taken this. 7:73, 1 legal jump. Can he better it?
Well, all that speed down the runway, I think he's going to get a foul. Surely his foot was miles over the board. It was a bigger jump, though. It could well have been the best of the competition, but it just goes to show Jacob Fincham Dukes a consistent series of 6 jumps. Chachares, 1 jump, 1 valid jump.
Really noticeable as well. He was on a short run-up, a lot shorter than Fincham Dukes. You know, this is a slightly smaller athlete. It's clearly very explosive, very quick, but it just, yeah, he looked frustrated. It wasn't happening for him today. Although he did take the win, we didn't get to see that 8-metre mark peppered. What a great battle between him and Jacob Fincham Duke.
Season's best by 3 centimetres, so we'll take that. And he's a quality athlete, 4th at the Olympics in 2021, so big win for him here at the first Keely Classic. And well, now it's time for, I guess, pole vault TV, because this is what we're going to be focusing on over the next 25 minutes or so. Molly Cordery, 4:55 first attempt.
Yeah, it's a nice economical card, isn't it? Only 3 vaults so far before she starts getting into more serious territory with those bigger heights. She does hold the top position in the UK rankings for this winter, but how dearly would she love to top the UK rankings all the time and get Holly Bradshaw's UK record of 4:87. That would make it special here for this crowd.
I thought it was interesting to see Holly Bradshaw on the World Indoor Tour as coach to Katie Moon. Has been helping Katie Moon in her camp as well. So pregnant Holly Bradshaw.
But you know what? The pole vault's one of those disciplines, because it is so demanding, it's so tough. You have to be so dedicated and focused. It's probably the event where you see the most ex-athletes coming in and coaching, and for obvious reasons. You know, you can't not have been a vaulter and coach pole vault, I think. Whereas in middle distances, you know, many of the great coaches over the years and coaches now weren't good runners themselves, but they know what to do. They know the theory.
And there's a great camaraderie in the pole vault world as well. You know, they really do care about watching their competitors and colleagues kind of pushing the bar higher and higher, as it was, and being able to advise on that. You know, you see it so much with Sam Kendricks, particularly once they've all, you know, taken their attempts and then they're out of the competition. They're all there behind Mondo, cheering him on, clapping him on, giving him advice. And it's very much the same in the women's pole vault as well. It's great to watch the kind of pole vault community and family, and everyone right now will now be enjoying this ability to all just focus on this one event here in the arena.
Well, we've seen it recently as well with Andy Murray jumping in to coach Novak Djokovic as well, and you know, you don't want to lose, and particularly in athletics, we often lose great brain power and people from the sport when they retire. As Eris goes for 4:55, her second attempt, and that's a bit scrappy.
Yeah, you could see she didn't quite manage to transfer the speed that she got onto the runway, and it was kind of in slow motion as she planted the pole. Wasn't as tidy as we've seen. Yeah, I mean, look, you know, I've really enjoyed listening to sort of the likes of Holly Bradshaw when she's worked with on the Mondo Classic when he's had the pole vault competition. She was, you know, it's so lovely to hear the way they articulate their sport, you know, because it is so technical. We can all appreciate it and all look at it from afar, but would any of us really want to give it a go? You know, I mean, these guys have huge guts.
Well, they do say pole vaulters are a little bit mad, don't they? I mean, you're 15, 20 feet in the air.
But there's just so many elements to it, and I think that's what is so difficult. And when you listen to a pole vaulter break it down, that's kind of when you realise that, you know, a lot of them do come from gymnastic backgrounds. You know, obviously a lot of them are sprinters. We saw that in Mondo last year in his Karsten Vorholm 100 metres battle. You know, the guy is still a very, very quick 100-metre runner. They have huge explosive power.
There's so many factors to get right. You know, it's one thing getting the height, getting up there, and I think Eris there more or less did have the height, but she didn't have the penetration across the line of the bar, so she'd lost all her forward momentum, went up and came down, straight down on top of the bar now. It'll be fascinating to see. And pretty soon, I think Molly will have the stage to herself, whether or not she feeds off that focus, really, the adoration from the crowd and the focus from the cameras and so on, and having everything to herself. And a lot of athletes thrive in that environment, that situation.
And she does. You know, I was really impressed. I spoke to her before the London Diamond League, just before we headed out to Paris last year, and it was the first time I'd really had a chat with her. I was really impressed with how mature she is. You know, she's certainly a student of a sport, but well beyond her years.
And that is a monster clearance. At the first time of asking at 4 metres 55. My goodness, the crowd enjoyed that one, didn't they? And she is definitely in the groove.
And that'll boost her confidence. You know, it's the vertical jumps, the high jump and the pole vault are so demanding psychologically. Once you're on top of your game and you know it's clicking, that really does feed into your technique and your confidence.
Yeah, that was a really good, solid clearance from her there.
We've got some amazing angles, like we saw the side-on shot, the head-on shot. Could you imagine being upside down in the air like that whilst trying to flick your legs?
That's what I just cannot get. I mean, that is a beautiful vault. I mean, it's really, the thing is now, as you said, Scott, the ability for, because we've seen it a lot with Mondo, haven't we? The ability now, with the immediate feedback, to see the clearance and the gap that they have between the bar and kind of their peak height. As we look at McTaggart's attempt there, a second failure at 4:45. I think you might be right, Tim. Molly Caudry's not far from being the last woman standing.
I wanted to have somebody else to vibe with on the runway, do you know what I mean? Because it's a long long afternoon if you're sat out there on your own, and all the pole vaulters, as we said before, they're great friends and everything, and they will stay out there whilst the competition's going on. But you want somebody to try and, you know, beat, and that competition's really important. I know we'll go up against the British record or maybe world record later on if Caudry stays in, but yeah, it's a tough day when you're on your own out there.
Yeah, I guess if she loses both the New Zealand competitors here, it'll be interesting to see where she takes the bar to, whether she feels she's ready now to, you know, 475, season's best already this year, well below what we know she's capable of.
Harris, 455, and she will stay in the competition.
That's great, isn't it? Just what you were talking about, Scott. It gives somebody some company now at the next height, whether it's... I mean, Harris would probably go 465, whereas, as you said, Ali, Molly herself might want to go to 475, straight up to her season's best, maybe higher, but good to have competition all the way through, for as long as possible anyway.
Yeah, Harris set her personal best 467 in France just 2 weeks ago. She got a bronze here at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games 3 years ago. And the bar continues. She just grazed it, didn't she? Great athleticism just to unravel yourself. I mean, this now is beat the pro. I'm not quite sure.
So apparently, it's kind of like that whole baseball thing, you know, where they have the kind of the masked man chasing someone down. Now, what we don't know is who the pro is, because they're all in Marvel outfit, and this poor guy now has another lap to go. The lactic now is starting to build, and the pro's looking good. Who do we think the pro is?
I was going to say, can you recognise the form of the pro? He's gaining into the back straight. The gap's about 25 metres.
Oh.
It's reducing with every stride. The final bend. He's got a big gap to make up.
This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. Oh, he's just starting to fade. The pro is storming down the home straight here. My God, look at the lactic. It's so close, and he's done it. My goodness. Wow. Get that man up here because he deserves it. Wow. That was, they couldn't have timed that any better, could they?
Who's the pro? Come on.
That was well planned.
I can't tell. I mean, he's got a Wolverine outfit on, hasn't he? But
this is like question sport, isn't it? It's that whole kind of mystery sports person who. But you're right, Tim. I mean, it was definitely a run, without a doubt. I can go as far as to say that it's somebody that's done this before. But what? There's nothing worse than being chased and knowing that someone's breathing down your neck when he ran through sand and treacle, everything, going through that last 50, didn't he? Bless him. Well done. We sadly don't know his name to be able to give him his credit.
So Olivia McTaggart then. Here she goes, popped over 455, or third attempt. Oh, boy, oh boy. One more company for Caudry, Molly Caudry. The Kiwis going well. Of course, the Kiwi vaulting revolution started back in 2016 when they took a bronze medal at the Rio Olympics. And it continues with these two, and a generation of vaulters inspired perhaps by that.
Well, we're going to have three athletes at the next height of 4 metres 65. The competition bubbles along nicely, and McTaggart has done really well with that third attempt. Here it is again. She's moved the uprights closer to her so that the high point was bang on. And here it is again. Well, controlled. She is marching on to 465. There's an element in these vaults and jumps as well, Tim, the high jump and pole vault. How many attempts have you got in your legs for a day? And you don't want to go through all the minor heights, as you were saying earlier on, because you'll end up getting fatigued. And somebody like Molly Caudry, who's talking about British records and world records and potentially becoming only the fourth European ever to go over 4 metres 90 indoors. She'll have to try and conserve her energy, and it's very important to manage those levels and those emotional aspects of the performance as well.
I was trying to remember the name of the Kiwi who took that bronze medal in Rio 2016. Eliza McCartney, of course, 494.
Yeah.
She's vaulted, one of those knocking on the door of a 5-meter barrier. Still only 3 athletes ever over 5 meters outdoors. It's seen by Ava 5:06 with that world record. Sidorova of Russia as well, 5:01, and Sandy Moritz of the USA, that a North American record at 5 meters exactly.
This is that attempt again. I'm not sure who painted the lines, Tim, but a bit wavy. Yeah, just making those technical adjustments, not necessarily from where she's starting her run up, but adjusting the uprights. And for those that don't know, you can bring them in and out depending on how you're going. And really interesting to note down that the end of the runway as well. They've got octo jump, which measures the speed of the athletes as they're coming into the finish. And I'm guessing that Molly Caudry and her coach will be using that data over the next weeks to understand just the sort of speeds that she's carrying. And Mondo Duplantis, we know from his 100-meter race against Karsten Warholm last year, is the absolute quickest pole vaulter around, and he flies down the runway. You need to be quick, you need to be strong, you need to be flexible, and all of those things as well.
And Mondo's almost a world-class sprinter as well. Remember that race last year against Karsten Warholm in that Zurich 100, you know, where ironically Karsten injured himself, but it was great sprinting. And yeah, he's one of those guys who you just love to hate. Mondo, lovely fella, but great sprinter, great pole vaulter. He could probably do almost anything. I bet you could wake him up early one morning and we could fly a jumbo jet.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Warholm was a decathlete in his younger years as well. Mondo did other events, and I think Renaud Lavillenie has done some multi-events as well in times gone by, and he's quick. So it just goes to show that technical sounding for a pole vault comes from all manner of different events in the track and field spectrum. McTaggart looking at 4:65 ahead of her down the runway. Good speed, good control, and just coming down on the bar. That high point not quite high enough. Good control though.
Well, that was her 6th vault of the day, as you can see. First time clearance at 4:35, 4:45. Third time clearance at 4:55. That was really close. She's in 3rd place at the moment on count back from her teammate Eris in 2nd, and of course Molly Caudry in the lead, who's had just 4 vaults, still nice and fresh, Molly Caudry. But it's like the throws, you know, it's such an explosive event. You don't have too many efforts. There is an optimal number of vaults that you want to keep within that sort of range.
I mean, I think they start to get a bit twitchy when it gets to double figures.
Yeah, you're working hard. Now, Eris, no, 4:65 beyond her as well. I know Molly Caudry would love to pop over this. She'll go next. Love to pop over it first time and be in the lead by a clear height, not just on count back, which is the case at the moment. And of course, if she does clear this Caudry, next to go, first time, the other two will have to clear the next height to beat her. They've both had a failure now.
There's a little ragged, just losing the control of the legs, and Eris will have 2 more attempts at 4:65. Molly Caudry, though, at the top of the runway.
Still quite a short run-up for Caudry, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we've seen it go longer. I think last year, she is going over 4:65. She has jumped, you know, a foot higher than this. Based on how she cleared 4:55. She has got a lot left in the tank today, but you've got to get through those heights, and that's what you like to see. An athlete smiling. You see it in the sprints, everybody's so focused and dialed in. It's nice to see an athlete enjoy it.
Oh God, absolutely. And she's one that does that, you know, she really does just radiate happiness. She's loving being out there, loves her sport. and is wanting to put on a show for this
Still
crowd.
coached by her dad?
I think that Scott Simpson has input into this, technical input, as she takes the runway.
That's a wonderful clearance again. Not even a graze. 465.
Yeah, another little injection of positivity, of adrenaline into that confidence bank. It's really important. Great to see. And now 475 will be equal to her season's best, the next height. I wonder if she will bother.
Yeah, and looking at it as well, they're saying 473, 480, 485, but then the British indoor record of Holly Bradshaw's is 487. So there'd be absolutely no sense in her jumping 485. So it'll be really interesting to see whether her and her coaching team, once she knows that she's won the competition, because obviously that for her will be the main thing. She's coming in here having finished second behind Katie Moon, and the whole feeling of wanting to win this World Indoor Bronze meeting for points, just as important.
We mustn't write off the Kiwis. Eris has cleared 467 this year, so it's well within her compass. That was a lifetime best a couple of weeks ago in Val d'Oreille in France. She's a seasoned campaigner too, Imogen Eris. McTaggart will go next though. And her season's best has been set here today with 455. Very close to a lifetime best, Scott.
Yeah, not far off at all. And 471, that best for McTaggart set in 2023. 13th in that Olympic final. It was such a massive Olympic final last year. So many of them got the qualifying mark. Unfortunately, our British girls didn't get there, but McTaggart here, 465, her second attempt. The clock counting down on the runway, building that speed for a big crescendo. She's just hacked it off. I think it was better. She carried more speed, and she will only have one more attempt now.
That was an opportunity to move from third to second ahead of Eris, compatriot, who will vault next. Eris, well, she is the 467 vaulter already this year. Made the Olympic final last year, took the bronze. I think you mentioned this earlier in the Commonwealth Games just down the road here in Birmingham 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. And Eris is next to go, her second attempt at 465, but they know already that these are just a battle between the pair of them, with Molly Cordery having gone over 465 first time. This will really just sort out who's second and third at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And Eris with another chance here. It's a great surname for a pole vaulter, isn't it? Eris gets some air between you and the bar, and she will dial in for this second attempt at 465. Here she goes.
On the way up.
Yeah,
just knocked it on the way up, unfortunately.
you can put a bit more effort into the runway and you're just that bit closer to the bar.
I think that's the thing, you know, we talk about how technical this event is. You know, they get the choice of where they're putting the stanchion as well, and whether the bar comes closer towards them on a different, you know, you're looking at two planes, both vertical and horizontal, and they get the choice of whether the bar's kind of nearer them, and it looked like she was just on the bar, hitting it on her way up rather than on the way down on a high point. She's certainly hitting the heights higher than the bar, but it was just the front of the thigh there, quads, that just took the bar off on the way up.
Well, it's great to give pole vault this sort of exclusive presentation here on the track. I mean, last week in Loughborough they had Air Loughborough, I think, where they had some stands in the high pack exclusively watching the pole vault, which was a great thing for the event nationally to try and build that quality. And you know, we've got in recent times we've had two of the best pole vaulters in the world. It's important we try and keep breeding that success as well, and by putting on those sorts of spectacles at the left, high back and elsewhere. It's going to help drive the event forward as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the coaching intelligence, though, of Scott Simpson, who took Holly Blackshaw to those amazing medals and heights, he's now based over in New Zealand. So I think there's certainly a similarity in the fact that they are producing some great pole vault talent under the tutelage of our own British Scott Simpson.
Well, McTaggart will have another attempt. We're back on the track very shortly with some under 17 4x200 metre relays, local clubs. As McTaggart has a go. Third attempt at 4.65 and she's done it. The bar will move up to 4.73 for McTaggart. And she joins Molly Caudry at the next height. The question is whether Imogen Aris will join them both. A lovely way to pull it out of the bag.
Yeah, really, really good stuff there. A much tidier attempt as well from McTaggart there. Eyes focused on the plant. Yeah, lovely height. She's pleased with that. She looks up at the bar and she's saying thank you.
Mentally, these pole vaulters and high jumpers as well, your emotions must just yo-yo constantly as you're going through the event.
Yeah, I think that's what's always really difficult for a track athlete, to try and put a field brain on, because they're out there for so long. There's probably only the marathon runners that can associate with the field eventers that are out there for that long. And to be able to control your emotions, the adrenaline and everything else, and the disappointment. I think they get an immediate response. They know they've knocked the bar off. They've got to look up into the crowd. They've got to speak to their coach. They've got to try and find out quickly how they correct it, because it's only a couple of minutes when there's only 3 of them left in.
Couldn't be more different though, could it? The intensity levels in a marathon, especially for club runners and the likes of moi. I took 4 hours 55 to do New York the second time. Running for 5 hours is not fun, and it's a very low intensity, but it hurts the last couple of hours. These guys are just vaulting 10 or 12 times, something really explosive, very technically demanding, very exacting. It's the exact opposite, even though, as you say, duration of a marathon for 2 or 3 hours and pole vault competition can be similar. Kids getting ready on the track, by the way, for a schools relay for under 17 men, 4x200 metres. I say schools, it's a club relay, 4x200 metres for under 17 men. 5 clubs out there. Birchfield in black on the inside, the home team, so to speak. Rugby and Northampton in blue in lane 3. Then Blackheath and Bromley go in 4. They're all in black. Milton Keynes AC in orange and Chelmsford AC in yellow. If we do see the race, I'm not sure if we'll stick with this pole vault, because McTaggart is next to go. Her first height at attempt at 4.73 coming up. But there is the start list for this 4x200 metre relay for under 17 men's clubs. Birchfield, Rugby in Northampton, Blackheath and Bromley at South London Club. Milton Keynes AC and Chelmsford AC have got quartets out there.
It's an amazing opportunity, really, isn't it? We've seen it a lot with the Diamond Leagues in the UK over the last couple of years. They have like the Club Connect relays where local clubs get an opportunity to race over the 4x100 metres, and we have the inside of the mind of a pole vaulter, and McTaggart writing down her innermost thoughts for every attempt.
Where have we seen that before in the high jump? Right. Athletes on the track, then the arena quietens down for the start of this under 17 men's 4x200 metres relay.
On your marks.
This will be intense. A lot of pride here. Birchfield, bottom of picture in the black, will desperately like to win in front of the home crowd. They are one of the great powerhouses of track and field athletics in club level here in the UK. Blackheath and Bromley likewise in the light blue, in the black rather, in lane 4. Rugby in the light blue between them. Away they go. Milton Keynes in the orange, top of picture, and Chelmsford AC on the outside in the yellow. Really good running there by the Milton Keynes AC lead-off athlete going into this second bend. tough on the inside lanes in these tight bends just over 200 metres. Remember, it's not a championship event anymore, 200. And at the handover, well, a really good changeover there from Milton Keynes AC in orange. And it's still tight, this one, with a Milton Keynes lead in the orange down the back straight, about a 5-metre lead. Chelmsford struggling to stay in second. They're into third now, and they come round into the straight. And I think that's Birchfield in second place. Oh, and the changeover there, my goodness. Milton Keynes had to swing out way wide. They lost several metres there for that changeover. And I think it is Birchfield who lead. Down the back straight. Milton Keynes in second place, working really hard and getting a bit of a gap there on Chelmsford in yellow. This is the third leg. Down the back straight. The huge figure of the Milton Keynes athlete here towers over the opposition, pours it on into the spend, and takes the lead and begins to pull away. Chelmsford closing two in third place, looking really strong. This the finish now, and Chelmsford AC are going to take this one by about 6 or 7 metres. And in fact, Milton Keynes AC taking it. It was Chelmsford coming through for second place with a late rush. And Birchfield having settled, I think, for third place. They will sort that out as quickly as we can. But no doubting that Milton Keynes, with a huge figure on the final leg, who put in a superb effort, winning 133.09. We don't have names for these youngsters, apologies for that.
That was first attempt for McTaggart at 4.73 in the pole vault. Molly Caudry lining up her next attempt. I mean, 4.73 would be a personal best for McTaggart, so she is at the height she's never scored before. Molly Caudry, though, within her capabilities at the moment. She looks calm, doesn't she? She looks very calm.
She does. She's really, really comfortable in this environment, and only her and her coaching team know. Her dad, Stuart Caudry, know what sort of shape she's in. They know what she's been doing. You know, the one thing about the pole vault is you are able to practice. You know, it's not like a 400-metre runner or an 800-metre runner where you're going out and being able to go over distance and training, and you know, she knows what shape she's in, and she looks really, really confident.
4.73 for Molly Caudry, first time she's done it. Well, she enjoyed that one. I think she brought the runway a little bit closer as well on that, brought a bit more speed into it. And other than that one blip at 4.45, that's a lovely looking scorecard.
Isn't it just, yeah? Her 6th jump of the competition, only one failure back down at 4.45, and then a clean card from then on. So that's exactly what you want if you are going to go and attempt a British record. And we wait to see what happens with McTaggart.
And that already makes it a good day at the office. Now, 4.73 is up there. If she were to close her account now, it would be solid. It backs up her 4.75 from just a couple of days ago. But that's a really nice clearance. Doesn't touch the bar. Looks like there's good daylight between her and the bar. Let's have a look again. This is a better angle. But it tells me, if we're going to see it again, yeah, plenty of daylight there. That was a big clearance.
Yeah.
There's a big height in there. It's whether or not she can bring it out. There are such fine margins, aren't there, Ali?
Yeah, absolutely. And that vertical momentum that she's got, you see her, she's got it spot on. She's positioned the stanchions exactly as they need it. And look at the force she's putting into the pole as she swings through and lets it just propel her up in. That's a beautiful vault. She's so tidy over the bar, much like Mondo, you know, that beautiful vault. And then she's just arching her body. And I just love, they get to celebrate, you know, they're the only, you know, I think they are really the only event that can be celebrating as they get an immediate response. They've cleared the bar. Yeah, that's a relief. She's looking good.
I think she'll be at 4.80 on the next height, and then if she's the only one left in the competition, she goes for 4.90.
Well, you wonder, I mean, that's it, or do you just jump? Like if McTaggart what does McTaggart do now? Well, there's no point in her attempting. But like you said, well, actually, no, sorry, it's her personal best, so she is going to want to get this clearance.
Of course, what Molly is doing here today, she's vaulting herself more firmly into favourite position for the European indoors in Appledorn in a couple of weeks' time, because, yes, she's beaten by Casey Moon a couple of days ago, but in Europe, she doesn't reign super supreme, but she's right up there in the top 2 or 3, and this is confidence-boosting stuff from the Brit.
McTaggart, 473. And that's no good on that second attempt. She will have one more effort. She's going to have to pick herself up here and just try and find something extra. She cleared 465 at the third time of asking, can she do the same with 473?
And that 465 is a personal best. You know, she's already had a great day. She's in uncharted territory now.
Yeah, she's looking for more. 471 outdoors, so she's looking for something better than that here in Birmingham.
Yeah, just much like her 465 clearance, she's knocking the bar off on the way up. So although she is getting the height, she's just knocking it off. It's almost just coming at her too soon. She hasn't got that clearance that Molly has, giving herself time to arc her body over the bar. She's just knocking it off on the way up, but certainly her feet and her legs have got the height.
I was going to say, your centre of gravity is more or less where your tummy button is, apparently, and I think she had the height there. There was plenty of momentum going up.
I mean, the other thing is, obviously, you're looking at their hand position on the pole as well. I was chatting to Molly about that last year, and I've talked in the past to Holly about that. You know, women tend to, you look at Mondo, he can hold the pole right at the end of the pole, you know, and that takes a lot of strength as well, you know, a lot of shoulder strength, a lot of arm strength, upper body strength.
Confirmation there that Milton Keynes AC in the orange vest beat Chelmsford in the yellow. Birchfield did settle for a third spot. They made it onto the rostrum there in that boys under 17 4x200 metres relay.
I think we've got to say Chelmsford probably did a 3x200, and then one of the guys had to throw in a few hurdles, didn't he? Because before they did the break on the second leg, there was all of the starting blocks were putting in his lane, so the poor guy had to try and get himself around 3 sets of starting blocks. So great to see Chelmsford actually recover from that.
I mean, I could see it happening with about 100 metres to go. My hand was on my head and I was thinking he's going to break his ankle. He did really well. I think the athlete on that second leg for Chelmsford as well was a bit, relieved afterwards.
I remember doing that I was in the heats of the women's 400 in World Champs in Athens, and we went round the bend, and there was an official. I was in lane 1, and there was an official just sitting in a little. I'm like, what are you doing in lane 1? But yeah, thankfully he kind of rolled off his chair and pulled it with him. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, you do see it. You see all sorts.
You get javelin throws sometimes, standing on the track as 2s and 4s are coming round unintentionally. It happens.
I think even more so in an indoor environment, isn't it? There's so much happening.
But the good thing is you can sit in one spot and you can see absolutely everything in high detail. And these young ladies in this under 17s 4x200 will have enjoyed today's action, but their thoughts will have been focused on this race, because we have a whole heap of athletes with Rugby in Northampton on the inside, then Blackheath and Bromley up from London, then Marshall Milton Keynes going in lane 3, Chelmsford in 4, and then I'm trying to work out what the other 2 lanes are. They're not on our start list, but
McTaggart
not
looking
AC.
to go here at 4.73. Third attempt coming up. This is her final chance to keep challenging Molly Cordery. She's already had a brilliant day with that third time clearance at 4.65, entering new territory, improving on her personal best before today at 4.60. But this 4.73 would be monstrous. Indeed, it would elevate her to 4th place on the world rankings for this year. Katie Moon tops those world rankings at 4.83, the American from Liévin 2 days ago in France, in northern France, and Molly Cordery 4.75, cleared in Karlsruhe. 473 already here today. Not clear if they're going to hold the vault for this race or vice versa. Looks like McTaggart is ready to go, out of shot. You can see her there, top left of your picture. Here she is. Now getting crowd behind her, and there's a nice group of about 100, 150 fans over there adjacent to the pole vault in the back straight, getting their hands together, creating that rhythm, that focus. Here she goes. Generating plenty of speed. Oh, no, wasn't close either. Nonetheless, brilliant vaulting from McTaggart here today.
On your marks.
Olivia McTaggart, 25 years old, moves on. Improves her lifetime best from 3 years ago, by the way, from 460 to 465, and finishes in second place.
So this under-17 women's 4x200, bit of a showcase here.
Set.
Well, a great opportunity for these athletes. Rugby in Northampton on the inside, Blackheath and Bromley, Marshall Milton Keynes, Chelmsford, Notts AC and Birchfield. And already Notts AC on this first leg, which they'll run in lanes. We've seen Notts AC with a storming lead. Marshall Milton Keynes going nicely in lane 3 as well. They'll hand the baton over, and the athletes on the second leg will run the first 50 metres in lane. And oh, look at Rugby in Northampton on the inside, using that to their advantage on this second leg and starting to stretch away from Milton Keynes here. Birchfield back in third at the moment. I think Blackheath and Bromley just being overtaken, and it's all happening here on the second changeover. Rugby in Northampton still storming away. Marshall Milton Keynes need to get on the inside in lane 1 as Blackheath and Bromley storming into second. It's still Marshall Milton Keynes somehow from lane 2 in third. They're now just being overtaken by Birchfield as Rugby in Northampton on the last leg with a compelling lead. This is a storming run from Rugby in Northampton. They started off in lane 1. I think it was Grace McCollin for them on the first leg, and here Rugby in Northampton showing all the speed and form with this quartet in front of a big crowd in Birmingham. It's Rugby in Northampton that are going to take a win in 1:42.08. Blackheath and Bromley in second, and then I think that's Notts AC just coming through for third ahead of Marshall Milton Keynes. And then fifth, Birchfield Harriers, Chelmsford coming through in sixth.
Yeah, it's a shame we can't credit these amazing women with their names. Unfortunately, we only have their clubs. But what a run from the last leg runner from Rugby and Northampton there. I mean, collectively as a team, it was a really impressive performance, as you said, from lane 1, but really strong running. And to be able to take one back to Rugby and Northampton ahead of Birchfield in their own backyard, that will have gone down well. You can hear in the background the voice of the president of Birchfield, Catherine Merry, and the likes of Dame Denise Lewis looking on here in the VIP area as well. Famous Birchfield stars of the past, but they weren't able to contend with their neighbours in Rugby and Northampton. Really good stuff from the girls.
This was McTaggart's third attempt at 473. Molly Caudry's got a tracksuit on, and
she's obviously not as hot as us.
no, she's not. My goodness, we are sweltering, aren't we? The fashion for today should be like vest and shorts, shouldn't it?
Well,
like,
at least you didn't say budgie smugglers.
No,
I was
no
really
budgie
worried
smugglers,
you were going to go with the swimwear.
Why are you looking at me when you said that?
It's a good job your mic
Why are you
was
looking
off
at me
then.
when you said that?
well,
I mean, you think back to the days of Ismaeva where she used to just go to sleep, didn't she? She used to bring a sleeping bag.
Blanket.
And just disappear and go to sleep for an hour.
Looked like somebody was camping on the infield.
You know, it is a long time. They've been out there an hour and a half now.
yeah, it's tough on the body, isn't it? And you have to fuel correctly. You don't want to feel like you're sloshing about as you're going down the runway, but you need to keep fueling because your energy levels will just drop off a cliff.
She isn't packing up, is she, Molly Caudry? We're looking down.
What's she going to move it up to? This is the question. Has she called it a day?
I think we haven't had confirmation. She's passed at 480, which
she has called it a day.
Yeah, she's signing autographs now. So,
well, that's interesting, isn't it? And I think that's probably the right decision with the European Championships, Indoor Championships. A couple of weeks ago, she's got the UK Championships next weekend in this very arena. You know, it's a busy period. You don't want to keep going to the well unnecessarily.
And we've seen what's happened, obviously, with Keely. You know, you walk a tight line, don't you, when you're at this level? And you're absolutely right. She didn't finish the season as she wanted to with Paris last year. She had such a phenomenal World Indoors in Glasgow. She's got 2 potential championships in the Europeans and then 2 weeks later in Nanjing, China.
That's true. The Worlds as well, of course. Yeah. It's a busy old month. I think that's smart thinking. It's a really, we said, 473, bank that, nice vaulting, couple of 475s recently, I think. And now, go back to training and prepare for the really big vaults.
And she gets to enjoy the rest of the meet and do what she's doing now and inspire the next generation of potential pole vaulters, handing out autographs. I mean, there you go. We've got a big Molly Caudry fan there, and she might get to meet her hero, and that's what it's all about.
Well, who knows? Maybe 15 years' time, that little girl will be out there doing it herself.
Exactly, and that's why it's so important we have these meets and we get the best of Britain here, and they get to go and share their stories, and those photos will last long in the memory. And yeah, a great opportunity for Molly Caudry this indoor season, that European Indoors and the retention of her World Indoor title.
Well, if you want to know what's coming up, the men's 200 metres rarely run indoors because it's not a championship event anymore, because the disadvantage of the inside lanes was deemed to be so massive compared with the outside lanes, it wasn't fair. But there is a 200 here at this Keely Classic. That's due off in just a couple of minutes' time. The blocks are out on the track. Keely Hodgkinson, by the way, is due to be coming up and chatting to us. I think we said earlier it would be about 2:15. I've just been told she'll be up here in about 10 minutes' time to have a chat with us. So hopefully we'll be able to get it from the horse's mouth, so to speak, from Keely herself, just how she feels about her injury. We won't dwell upon that too much, but about the coming summer. And actually there is a rather nice mirror effect when you think about it, Ali, from her getting into the last indoor season, meant she kept her powder dry, got everything dead right for the summer months, was just about unbeatable in the summer months, and injured again for this indoor season. Great shape for this meeting, but everybody knows the outdoors sort of beats out the indoor season. So the Nanjing World Indoor Championship is very important, but the World Outdoor Championships in Tokyo in September, by far the biggest peak of the year.
Yeah, and when I spoke to her earlier, in the VIP area, we had a chat about what does 2025 look like, and obviously this is the first year that we've pushed the World Champs so far back, so it is the last thing. It's after the Diamond League final, it's after all of the other Grand Prix racing, so that is definitely the pinnacle. It's middle of September, but it is back to somewhere where she has happy memories, although it was an empty stadium when it was the Olympic Games in Tokyo in 2021. So she's very much focused on that. She did talk to me about the fact that they were probably thinking about opening the season quite late in June. That now might have to be looked at, because obviously she's already gone 6 months without racing, having ran her last race last year in Paris in 2024. So yeah, I think it'll be a revised view, but as long as her body is fit and healthy, that's the main thing.
Well, there's confirmation of that win for Molly Caudry, 4.73 meters. A good solid day's vaulting. Sylvia McTaggart, new personal best for the Kiwi there. It says season best, it was actually a personal best with that second place. And the Kiwis taking second and third.
Yeah, good day out for them.
Here's one for you as we get ready for the men's 200. Is it not time that we get this back in the championships now? Because, we're looking at the tracks that we see.
Short track.
The short track. The technology is so much better. We don't have those banked
But does that change the
Well,
disadvantage of lane 2
no,
compared to lane
well,
5?
I still think you could put 3, 4 and 5. I just think you could have 3 guys. The 200s that I've seen on the World Indoor Tour this year have been phenomenal. They've been fantastic.
So you could have A and B finals, actually, if you would say we want 6 in a final.
100%. I think with the technology now, you know, that gone are the days where, you remember Kelvin Hall, where you were almost coming down from Everest as you were in lane 6.
Yeah,
you know, it was so steep, and it was so obvious if you got lane 1 or 2, you wouldn't show up for the final. But now I just think there's an argument to be had saying, bring it back, use lane 3, 4 and 5, because we have got some phenomenal guys.
Well, there's 200 metres. I agree with you, Ali, and you can send the letter to Seb Coe this afternoon. But there are only 2 athletes out there. There's supposed to be 4. In lane 3 and in lane 6 we have athletes. Tommy Owler goes in lane 3. He was meant to be in lane 1 originally. Or it would have been lane 3, I suspect, 3, 4, 5, 6. But we have lost athletes, there's no doubt about that. Tommy Owler goes in lane 3. On the outside, Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake, who raced earlier in the 60, took 2nd place. I think Nathaniel. Anyway, Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake, coached by Ryan Freckleton, 30 years old now, goes on the outside. Tommy Owler in lane 3 from Folkestone AC. Away they go. Mitchell-Blake down the outside. It's going to take some catching. The stagger, of course, unwinds in this 1-lap race. Tommy Owler will see that stagger come into his favour here around this bend, but Mitchell-Blake leading by good margins. They come into the straight, comes down off the bend, leads by about 5 or 6 metres, dips at the line, and the time, well, it doesn't come up on the clock. It doesn't show on the clock. Dear, oh dear. For some reason the clock didn't function at the start. Maybe it actually has happened behind the scenes. 21.16 by Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake. Well, that is pretty solid sprinting. He's number 4 all time in the UK over 200 metres. That's his first 200 indoors since 2017, and 21.16. I think he looks pretty happy with that. It's been a good day at the office for Mitchell-Blake after that 2nd place in the 60 as well. Tommy Owler, well, he finished 2nd and last, as some people would jest, but it was a solid run from him too. He chased really hard all the way.
I don't know why they didn't move Tommy Owler into lane 5.
I know, that's officialdom for you. Why couldn't they move him out? He had to run in lane 3 with 2 empty lanes outside him. It's bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't trouble UK number 1 rank this year, Jaden Smith, the young under 23, who's Natasha Danvers' son. He's based over in the States. He's 20.90 this year. Joe Ferguson, 20.99. So didn't quite break the 21 second, but so good to see Nathaniel.
21.1 is not hanging about. It's not hanging about. That is superb. Next event on the track then is the men's 600 metres, another national race. And joining us in the commentary box here is a certain Molly Cordery. Ali's very kindly handed her headphones over. And while we've got a bit of a blank screen in front of us, let's get on with it quickly, Molly, because we've got races coming at us. Hi, welcome on board.
Not Molly, Keely.
Keely, am I calling you Keely? It all ends in LY. It's because we've been talking about Molly Cordery for the last hour and a half.
Green.
Keely, I know you're having to be careful with the old hammy, but is it okay? You're not sort of walking around in pain?
No, it's stopped hurting now when I'm walking around. Unfortunately, there was a lot of bleeding on where the injured part is, but it's knitting up nicely, I think, and I'm having a good day walking around, seeing everyone.
And the irony is, you did the session Wednesday night. The session itself went really well. We were just doing some strides afterwards, and you just felt it go a little bit.
Yeah, I just felt like a little, well, anyone who's done their hamstring before will know the pain of just a little pull or a pop on the top of the leg, which I was probably a bit in denial about first. And like, no, it's not that bad. And then the scan showed, unfortunately, I'd torn it.
Yeah, hamstring cramp is never hamstring cramp, is it? So,
No.
I mean, earlier we heard that you were going to go and do some autographs in the Block 7 here, and I saw all the young girls from the stadium just sort of going floods to underneath. You must have got a bit of handache from doing all those autographs.
It's so nice, isn't it? We've got a lot of young girls. Quite a few people have pointed that out, like the young teenage girls coming in, and it's nice that they're here, and hopefully I've been inspired to take up track and field in the last 6 months after Paris.
And that's maybe one of the positives to take away from today. You might not be able to race, you might not be able to set a world record, but you get to inspire the next generation and meet all these potential young athletes and get them back next year, hopefully.
Yeah, it's been lovely from a different perspective, definitely. I've still enjoyed the day. Yeah, it's been really great, and seeing everybody here also enjoying it is exactly what we wanted.
Keely, we've got a national men's 600 metres coming up, which we're going to cover. I'd like to see you join us in commentary on that one. I mean, it's probably no distance. It's almost ideal for you too. It might always be a sweet spot, 600.
It is. I have a world record in the 600.
World indoor
Let's not forget.
23.6 from
but don't you wish it was a championship event?
That is true. No, 600 is a difficult distance because it's not flat out 400 and hang on. You will die in that last 200. But there's definitely a big difference between 600 and 800. I think that's where that is that big gap, that last 200. So it takes that away. So it's a real in-between where I think the 4 athletes can come down and give it a good go, and the 800 athletes can come down and smash it as well.
There's been a bit of chat as well about who in World Athletics would be a good contest for you in the 600 metres. I know Femke Bol was somebody that people mentioned. I mean, how do you think that one would go?
You know, we've actually been speaking about that for 2 years.
Really?
Yeah.
That's an exclusive.
I know. We have spoken about it before. I think she said she'd love to give it a go, and I was like, yeah, of course, let's have it. But yeah, I don't know when that will happen, but I think it'll happen one year.
You then have to race over 500-metre hurdles, of course, just to even things out.
I don't think that's fair.
I mean, in terms of the other events today, we've got the men's 1,000 metres, Neil Gawley potentially going for a British record as well. That'll be cracking for everybody to watch.
The K is again like the 6, that mix of the different athletes coming down up from the 800 and down from the 1500, and you can never really call it because everyone's got different strengths and weaknesses, but I look forward to seeing that, and I reckon he can get close. Neil's been in good shape with us the last couple of years.
So for you, Keely, I mean, you know, just looking at this next 3 or 4 weeks, lots of rehab, you're going to do any stuff in the pool. I mean, it's really frustrating for you, of course, but you now just have to focus on the summer. Tokyo's a long way away.
Yeah. Diamond
League maybe a few times, like last summer you came out and smashed it in Paris very early on in the summer. What's your immediate thoughts for these next 4 to 6 weeks?
What we've taken this week is just a bit of a mental reset.
Signing autographs, Tim. Too busy signing autographs.
And then we're going to put together obviously a rehab plan. It literally depends on how quick my body recovers as to when I'll be back running. But I trust in the process. You know, the last couple of years, Jen and Trev got me in the right place at the right time. Injuries, no injuries. So yeah, I'm not too worried about that, and I look forward to racing again.
It's today as well maybe a bit surreal. The Keely Classic, obviously been spoken about for a long time. To turn up all these people buying tickets and coming to spectate. I know it's absolutely roasting here as well. You can see us. We need a fan over in the commentary box, but they turned the temperature up, I think, to try and get everybody to run fast, didn't they? But it must be a bit surreal to see your name branded everywhere. And is it a bit odd? Is it a bit strange, like accepting all of that sort of additional attention that you might already get?
Yeah, a little bit. I think even just saying your own name in the title, you Keely Classic. No, but it was amazing. When I walked in yesterday and saw all the branding and the sign, I was a bit overwhelming. I thought it was so cool and so fun to be a part of, but at the same time, a bit disappointed that I couldn't perform in front of it because I just had this vision in my head this last 6 to 8 weeks of like how this was going to go.
And have you talked to your people about whether or not this is just something that you're doing, what you're striking while the iron is hot, or is there going to be a Keely Classic in 20, 30 years, like the Prefontaine Classic, you know, that sort of thing? That would be quite a nice legacy.
It is. These events have got to come from somewhere, haven't they? You've got to start at some time. So, yeah, I think the idea, long-term idea, was about building a kind of legacy and something people look forward to every year. Hopefully we can build on from this, and the bigger the competition gets, we can hopefully invite international athletes and things like that, and hopefully it goes for a very long time, long after I'm retired.
I'd be interested to know your thoughts. If there was one thing you could change in the athletic scene globally, what would be that one thing you would change?
Oh, that's a really hard question.
Because you're a current athlete, you're at the top of your powers. There's nobody really bigger than Keely Hodgkinson, right? So if you could stamp your authority on the athletic scene, what would you change?
That's a tough question, you know. I don't know if I can answer that right now. But no, I can't answer that right now. You put me on the spot. I don't know.
You're happy with the way it is, obviously.
Well, obviously some things, I guess.
When you're getting golds, it's all great, isn't it? So.
When I've said before about maybe potentially modernising it, but when I say that, I sort of mean like the world the last couple of years has really changed. the power social media has now is crazy. You can see athletes building their own brand. You know, the twins, the Nielsen twins, do a great job, a great following on YouTube, and I think it's bringing that to the meets. It's all right doing it individually, but how do we do it on a bigger scale? And there's so many great personalities that we have right now in the sport.
And in terms of the global calendar over the next couple of years, the seasons are going to be longer. The World Championships in September this year. I think next year we've got the World Ultimate Championships. I'm not really sure what that means.
Yeah,
but,
the new thing.
Yeah, the new thing. I mean, that must be exciting, right? There's more opportunities to compete from January through to September.
Yeah, there's lots of new things coming this year. I think it's a jam-packed year. You know, you've got the new champs next year. On top of that, with everything else, we have a Europeans next year, which I so look forward to do on the home soil. And the Grand Slam that's coming as well, and the meet athlos. That there's so many new things. I think people are trying to bring that, and it's been great. One thing we're looking forward to today is asking the audience what they thought, what they think could be improved, what they like, what they didn't like, and going on from there.
The season this coming year sort of suits you in that, you know, you finished straight after Paris. You concluded your season with the Ultimate Championship, the Olympic Games, and this year that's sort of been forced on you because Tokyo everything just stops after the World Championships in September. So in a way, it kind of suits the way you like your season to go by the looks of things. I'm just wondering though now, you and your guys must be having to totally rejig your summer because you don't know how the 300's going to go. You don't know if you'll be able to come out and race in May. You may have to delay it till June or even July. It's a season where you know what the ultimate goal is, but actually a lot before that is kind of up in the air.
Yeah, and I think me being injured or not being injured, it's kind of the same for everyone because people do race afterwards, people don't. Me personally, I can't speak for all athletes, but I kind of like that it ends at the World Championships. You come up to this big event, it's 10 days long, the vibes are so high with it, everyone's buzzing. To then get yourself back up again, I know you're still in shape, but it is mentally really hard, and also means you can really celebrate as well. Because you know, you come after Olympic Games, you're going and thinking, in 3 weeks' time, I've got to be back on the start line, still in this shape. So I like that it's going that way, but that's just my opinion.
Did you really not want to race after Paris, or was there something else?
No, I so wanted to race. I really wanted to. Unfortunately, I hurt my knee in Paris. It wasn't bad enough then to bother me during any races, but when I started training again afterwards, I could feel it, and I'd done the same thing that I'd done the year before. So we just wanted to shut it down, let it completely reset for this year. And yeah, I got some injections in it to help speed it along the way, and it was all good, but I couldn't race, but I wanted to.
I mean, the summer probably took more out of you than it would have done because you raced at the Europeans in Rome. You were ill, you were less than 100%, you got a cold.
That was a horrible day.
Yeah, I mean, tell us about it. We were watching you down the home straight, wondering if you were going to hang on with a stinking cold.
I know, no, it was horrible, honestly. I didn't even know I was running until I literally found myself in the cold room. I wasn't sure. I got through the semi-finals. I felt a bit of a tickle in my throat, and as the day got on, I just was bedbound, head cold. Luckily, it wasn't on my chest, it was above, and it was all about deciding whether it was just going to push me over the edge, because it's not just getting through the race, it's the anti-doping afterwards, it's the medal ceremony. I was up till 4 a.m, it's that kind of thing. But luckily, it paid off, we got through it, and my 4th European title.
Maybe one for some of the track nuts and the 800 metre nuts at home. What's your favourite session to do?
Oh, my favourite session?
500 and 300, obviously.
Oh, my split A. I do like that one. It equals good thing. If that goes well, you know you're in a good place. So yeah, probably that one.
And
well,
then,
I didn't put words in your mouth, but that's what you were doing on Wednesday.
I know, but that part went well.
Most of it.
It's just the last part.
In terms of some of your rivals then, looking forward to Tokyo, you know, we're hoping maybe we get a little bit head-to-head again between yourself and Athing Mo.
Yeah.
And maybe a bit of an exchange in colour medals that you got a few years ago, right?
I know, it'll be a bit of a full circle moment for us both if we're in good shape in Tokyo. I don't know where she's up to or what she's doing, but I hope she gets back healthy, and she's a real good competitor.
I've always felt that you two would probably really get on if you weren't rivals and both going for gold.
Potentially. I don't really know her that well, but I know she's getting married this year.
Yeah, amazing.
That's crazy. So yeah, I wish her all the best, and hopefully we can line up healthy and put on a good race.
Keely, we've got to let you go. We're getting hand signals, but final words, your thoughts for the coming summer, and anything you want to say to your fans?
Keep coming to watch because we love a good crowd, and I'll finish it off with I'm excited. I think it's going to be full of really good memories.
Great stuff. Listen,
thank you very much. Take care. Bye. Well, that was good fun. Plenty more dancing as well. Yeah, it's very warm in here.
Loads of dancing going on. There's some fit spectators out there. I don't know about the athletes down on the track.
Well, what about the guy that beat the pro earlier? I mean, he's probably still swimming in lactic
Yeah, but he's
somewhere.
in the back of an ambulance now.
Well, he may well be, yeah.
Who was the pro? Did we find out?
No, we're still trying. I'm out there trying to find
Come
out
on,
who
Ali,
that
you've
was.
got contacts.
Tim, you've got contacts. I've seen
Please
you
tell
as
me,
well.
because I didn't quite hear that. Did you ask her about the button open in the jeans, or did we not get that
Oh
question?
no, I think that was maybe a bit inappropriate, so we didn't do that. But,
I didn't notice actually. There's your former friend's pupil.
yeah, Tony Perry, the DJ, having good fun.
It's the good thing, and I was just chatting to one of the team from her management, and we were saying, ironically, this is not where she wanted to be. Obviously, she wanted to be down in warm up, getting ready now.
No,
to race.
really?
It's great, isn't it?
But actually, in a weird way, she's had much more contact with her fans. You know, she's still next to us here. She can't get down the stairs because every kid wants a selfie, and I think sometimes you have to keep remembering how young she still is. She's only 22, 23 in a couple of weeks.
No, it's a good point. Good point.
Yeah, I think that's so often we see these superstars, particularly football. You never get to see the elite footballers from your Manchester Cities and your Liverpools and things like that. Athletics is such a grassroots orientated sport that you get to see these people. How many people coming from wherever in the UK could turn up to the UK indoors next week and get to go and meet their idols, and people like Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake, who's a great athlete, European medalist, Olympic medalist, and yeah, you don't get to see those people in other sports, but you do in athletics and turning up to events like this.
Yeah, the conveyor belt just keeps going, doesn't it? Because you're always going, who's the next? Who's the next? That's why I always find, sometimes you just kind of want to be able to, sit back and kind of enjoy what you do have right now. And what we have is somebody very special in Keely. And I think the fact that she's lent her name to this, she's obviously very proud of the concept, and it's something that she wants to keep growing for years to come.
Great move from the management team, absolutely.
I did ask her though if this is going to be a meet that's going to be around for decades. Is it going to be around in 10 years, 20 years time, like the Prefontaine Classic and so on? It's
there's no reason why it shouldn't.
It should be.
I think we've got to embrace. It's so difficult right now to be cutting through. We're in competition with so many sports now. And a lot of people in our sport constantly, and quite rightly, hark back to the great days in the 80s and the 90s. I grew up when you had the Colin Linford, Sally era, and every era is motivated by people winning and being able to come and see them in flesh, in person, but also, the feed systems in clubs. It's a sport that's very tangible, very possible to be the next.
This is a very different world, though. We've got Olympic champions. It's still a great era. We've got Olympic silver medalist Josh Kerr. One of the things that makes this a different era is that so many of our British stars live and train abroad. We don't see them here in the UK. It would have been wonderful to see Josh Kerr here today in a 1,000 or a 1,500. Not here. He had to pull out, of course, recently from the Milrose Games, and he's got to look after himself and do things in the best way possible. And people, I think, now are laser focused on getting medals at championships. And Josh Kerr is one of those guys based in the USA who will get a medal at the World Championships. He'll get a medal at the Olympic Games. He'll get a medal at the World Championships, probably in Tokyo. He'll get it right. And there's a trade-off between that certainty and being able to come to meets like this and race in Europe more.
Could you imagine if we've got Jake Whiteman, Neil Gawley and Josh Kerr going for 1,000 metres here today? I mean, the best of Scotland, right? I mean, it would just be an amazing race, and everywhere would sell out for that.
But that's why the British champs, should be the pinnacle, because that's when we need to see them. And I think, we're in competition now for eyes. We're in competition for, football. You've got women's football now on network television. Everyone is kind of trying to get the eyes of the younger audience. It's this constant push for the younger audience. Well, actually, athletics, we've got such a solid base, a fan base, and now, we're on to this period now of the meet for the next hour and a half, where we're going to see some real exciting record attempts, and we see the men's 600 metres come. Actually, I've just heard, hot off the grapevine, Thomas Staines ran 65.7, I think it was, last night in Albuquerque.
500.
So yeah, the 75.62. So Thomas Staines, son of Gary Staines, fantastic 5,000 metre runner in his day.
Where did he do that?
He ran that in Albuquerque.
No, altitude assist, did you say?
Well, that's the second fastest time ever by a Brit, and all the top 3 have been set at altitude. Guess where? In Albuquerque.
And so, it was interesting. I've asked his dad whether he'd be coming back next week for the British Champs. Unfortunately, we're not seeing Thomas Staines. I mean, he's based in the States. He was born here in the UK. Mum.
I wish he were coming over, though. He's spent so much time injured the last 4 or 5 years. Anyway, the 600, the guys are out on the track.
Well, this is the men's 600 metres. Tom Ainsworth will go on the inside then. Finlay McClear, the 24-year-old from Exeter. This is Rob Shipley on the outside. Well, I think it was Dan Putnam was supposed to pace this 600 metres. He pulled his hamstring in the National 400 earlier on. Rob Shipley has been moved over. This is the man, though, trying to break the British indoor 600 metre record. He's 24 years of age, 6th at the UK Champs outdoors last year. He's got an indoor best of 1:16.45. The lane inside of him, Joe Rogers, local lad from Halesowen, 26 years of age, spent a bit of time in recent years at Wyoming University over in the States. This is Dara Donahoe from Ireland. Keep an eye out for him. Finn McClear then from lane 2 will have to get out very strongly here. He is a real threat, and McClear from Exeter, a 1:45.66 man at his best outdoors. This Tom Ainsworth, another local lad from Tamworth. He's 26 years of age now, 47.61 his best over the 400 metres outdoors. Last year focusing more on that event than the 800. Callum Dodds going for that British record, the men's 600 metres. Dodds runs from lane 5. The man on the outside is Rob Shipley. He's aiming for 48 flat through 400 metres. We'll see what happens at 200, where they go for around 24 flat as well, and Callum Dodds will latch onto the back of this. The rest of them all just strung out completely, and it's 23.3. They're inside the target pace. Dodds, who's got an indoor best of 1:16, he is the 6th fastest Brit of all time over this distance. Tom Staines holds the British record of 1:15.3, and Shipley maybe just starting to tie up here as he drifts into lane 2, and Callum Dodds will have just over 200 metres to go on his own, and they're at 49.11 through 400. Dodds is flying in second. We've got Joe Rogers in the yellow of Halesowen. Shipley's hanging on here, trying to drag around the other athletes behind, but Dodds with 100 to go with a 20-metre lead. This is storming. He's building and bounding down the track here in Birmingham. Callum Dodds, it's going to be so close. The cameramen are in front of the clock. It's 1:15.82. My goodness, it's the 3rd fastest of all time for the Brits. He goes behind Tom Staines and Yusuf Bizimana. He's half a second down off that British record. If only this was at altitude, I'm sure he would have done it. But
he set himself up perfectly though, Scott, and so did Shipley there, pacing him through. You know, it's very, very easy to say just go 25, 25, 25, but doing that in reality, so he does have to go out hard. And 49 seconds was what he was looking for, a high 48.9, 49 flat, and he went through in 49.1. And he looked, it's so difficult to read Callum Dodds' face because he really doesn't give you anything. He doesn't grimace. He was still powering on. And he dipped at the line, and it's just fractions shy of Thomas Staines' British record. Confirmed at 1:15.81, 75.81. That's a tough record.
It's a real. I mean, Keely was saying just now what a tough distance it is to get right. You know, it's a bit like 300 to the 200, 400 guys. How do you spread your effort over? I timed his last 400 after a fast first 200. It was 52.02, and that's just not hitting the straps right with the right balance. Brilliant time, but he could have got that balance a bit better.
Would that have been kind of not edging it a little bit, kind of going for that 25 and a 50 seconds, and then
going really well, so yeah, annoyed to just miss out.
Absolutely started like a train. The first couple of laps was booming. Did you feel that it was on?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first 200 felt good, and I just tried to maintain it, but yeah, maybe in the last 200, but yeah.
And a fantastic crowd here tonight. Could you hear them cheering you on?
Yeah, definitely. The crowd was amazing. Definitely helped that atmosphere. It's great, yeah. Just to be here at an event like this, it's something different, exciting, so I've really enjoyed it.
Callum, we absolutely love you. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Callum, everybody! Cheers, pal. Next time.
Win the 600 is Callum Dodd's going to do the British record, and I think that's it just shows how our sport, you can't script it, you know, you cannot, you can put everything in place to try and make that happen, but the athletes still have to deliver, so you don't know what the added pressure he was under there.
I mean, you would feel that, wouldn't you? And it forces you to get out a bit quicker because you're a bit edgy. But Finlay McClear was second in 1:18.75. Joe Rogers 1:18.96. But Rob Shipley, the man that pacemaker 49.1, finished the race. He came through in sixth. I mean, he's made of steel, that man. Unbelievable. He's had a wonderful day.
There's the lineup for the next event on the track. It's going to come thick and fast at you now, so do stick with us. The men's 800, followed by the women's 300, men's 400, women's 800, the men's 1,000, and then that women's 1,500 metres to bring things to a crescendo. There's the lineup, and what a lineup it is too. Tom Randolph goes in 5 there, best of only 151.74 here. Nochi might struggle in this sort of company. But Justin Davies, well, the 22-year-old Brit has an outdoor best of 1:45.37, 1:46.9 just a month ago in Sabadell, Spain. He's in good form. Scoopin Alpha of Germany too, look at him, he's run 1:47.4 this year. He's a 1:45 performer outdoors. And Henry Jonas, 1:48 dead in Metz in France just recently. That was actually just a few days ago, about a week ago. His lifetime best too is 1:45. So this promises to be a super competitive 800 metres, this one. Of course, the UK record is held by Elliot Giles, who just happens to be one of the fastest men in history over the 800 metres indoors. The number 2 all-time indoors over 800 metres globally, behind Wilson Kipketer's wonderful world record back in 1997 in Paris. I commentated on that race. 1:42.67 he ran. He's almost a full second quicker than anybody else in history. The Great Dane, the former Kenyan Wilson Kipketer. But the fastest time by Brit this year is also by a certain Elliot Giles, 1:45.89. It'd be lovely to see something down below 1:46 here today. Justin Davies in this race, he'll go in lane 4. He is the second fastest in Britain this year.
Tim, we've got about 10 minutes to the next race, but have you ever calculated how many world records you've commentated on?
No, and I know there's a group of statisticians who have a little competition between themselves, and I'm not one of them, just to let you know. I'm not a complete stato, who like to say how many world records they've witnessed with their own eyes, not on TV where they've been in the stadium. And of course, it is something of great pride. If you've been around the circuit for many years and you've seen 10, 20 world records or more, I've no idea how many I've commentated on. I mean, dozens, and I'm unbelievably privileged because I remain a fan of the sport. Yeah. And I think that passion's important.
Hugely. I remember chatting to the great Mike Costello that I worked with for a number of years on BBC 5 Live, and his other sports boxing, and he said if everyone that said they were there when the Rumble in the Jungle happened, the big fight, he said there's just no way. And I kind of compare that to the Usain Bolt era with us. The amount of people, that kind of, whether it be Berlin at the World Champs or, even London 2012, to say you were there. Super Saturday, how many people will say I was there? But actually, we all know how big the stadium was. And I think, we are very privileged in this world,
Well, you know what? There's a good idea for a website, iwasthere.com. And you have to show a photograph of your ticket or your accreditation if you're one of us, the media or whatever.
I do that.
A selfie from the event.
Prove it.
I definitely keep the accreditation. Well, look, as we warm up to it, they're really ramping the crowd up here, and the atmosphere really is electric. This men's 800, it's continued on, hasn't it, Tim, from the excitement that we saw outdoors last year. This event came alive in Paris. Almost kind of moving back into the Rhodesia era, the crop that we've got. And it's continued on into the indoor season, with the likes of Josh Hoey and the sort of times that we're seeing.
Well, it's been an audio world record for the last 10 days. I mean, it's ridiculous. Mile, 1500, 5,000 last night.
Fisher again last
Grant
night.
Fisher last night, 12:44 indoors.
I mean, that time, taking 4 seconds off the Keely's world record, I mean, it's just astonishing. A wet record's been around for 21 years.
And I know we keep going on about shoe tech
yeah,
and
but
everything else,
you've got to, it's true.
I think it's not even just the performance of the wearing of the shoe. It's what these guys can do in training, you know, and particularly what you're seeing an awful lot on the roads. They're fatigued. They're not fatigued in the same way now, you know, because the shoe tech is almost letting them find their talent and showcase it.
Well, for the uninitiated viewers, we should probably just try and condense it. Basically, the new generations of running shoes enable you to train more because your legs are protected more from the pounding on the roads of the country. So you can do more training and your legs are less beaten up. That means you get to a race because of more training in better shape, and then you race in the spikes, and the spikes enable you to fatigue less, as do the road racing shoes, in the last 25-30% of the race. So in marathons, people are not tiring in the last 10k. In races on the track, they're not tiring in the last 200 of a middle distance race or the last, I don't know, 3 laps of a 5,000 or whatever. It's just enabling people to run really strongly through the latter stages of races.
Yeah, I mean, Grant Fisher last night, I saw his last lap. He was accelerating through the... Well, it's kind of back to what I said, you know, if you're breaking records, you're accelerating, you're not slowing down.
Yeah. But I watched coverage of Jakob breaking the mile and 1500 world record a couple of nights ago. I would swear he was sprinting the last couple of laps. Yeah. It wasn't just running hard and strongly, he was virtually sprinting at the end of a mile.
The tech has definitely moved into the spikes now, and we're seeing that in the indoors. But like I say, it's back to... You know, the banking. I remember the first time I ever ran on this track in Birmingham. It blew my mind because I was only used to Cosford and Kelvin Hall, which were just like back in the dark ages. And I remember going so fast.
Listen, hang on, I only know Cosford. I don't know Kelvin Hall. Dark ages. Mine was caveman gear. It was bear skins and hobnail boots.
How cold Cosford was as well. I mean, it was an RAF hangar.
Yeah. It was like the wall of death on the bends, you know.
and so now when you do look at Boston or you know, New York and Milrose last week, you know, every athlete is trying to get to Boston for the New Balance meet because they know how quick those tracks are.
Do you know, one thing we also haven't mentioned is that the shoes have enabled people, lots and lots of athletes, to have a big indoor season and a big outdoor season. In the past, there was a trade-off between the two. You couldn't do both. But now it's really normal for people to do the pair. Yeah,
and then they will be rocking up in April after doing an indoor season and doing some half marathons as well and 10Ks in December. It's just astonishing. But one argument is the sport needs that. We need to be able to be in view for 12 months of the year rather than just turning up in August and seeing a major championship. So in a way, yes, the metrics have changed, and shoe and trainer technology and the cushioning and stiff plates in spikes now as well is a different aspect to it. But it does allow athletes to put in big performances year round.
Absolutely. Well, the athletes out on the track now for this 800 metres. There are let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them out there. In fact, just double checking, it looks like there are 7 to me. Who have we got missing? No, it's just Tom Randolph was halfway around the bend, that's all. He was.
And Tom's wearing the special named bib, so the pressure is on Tom Randolph. He's the favourite in this. Interesting to see Joe Wickfield actually move across to the men's 1,000. I think he's probably got half an eye on the fact that he'll probably do the 1,500 next week. So the 1,000 has probably got more sense for him to give it a stab, because that's going to be some race with the likes of Neil Gourley.
Well, let's have a look at these athletes then. There is the pacemaker, Hinata Maeda of Japan. He is a man who's going to go out here at about 50 seconds for the first 400 metres to take them round at a good tempo. Wearing... And there he is. A lot of responsibility on this fellow here. 5 out of the 7 racers, not the pacemaker in this field, have set personal bests this year. There's a lot of them in very, very good shape. There's Ko Ochiai of Japan. 154, that's all this year. I suspect he's going for a personal best here. His outdoor PB, get this, 144.8. He's run nearly 10 seconds quicker outdoors, so yes, a personal best coming his way. There is Tom Randolph, the 25-year-old Brit, 144.8 a couple of years ago, the European Championship semi-finalist last summer. Randolph. Justin Davies goes in lane 4, the 22-year-old, 145.37 last year with the ponytail, Davies. And Davies, the UK indoor bronze last winter at the UK Championships, will be hoping to make the team for Appledorn. Malik Skupin Alpha in the yellow there, or the orange I should say, for Germany. He's a 145.8 performer, 147.4 this year is his lifetime best indoors. Henry Jonas in that pink strip goes in lane 3. The 19-year-old run 148 dead this year, the Brit. Jack Higgins goes in lane 2, 23 years old, 145.6 this year. Tunbridge AC, that strong, stout Kent club that have done so much over the years for this sport. Well represented by Jack Higgins, and there's Henry Fisher in lane 1. 146.5 a couple of years back, his indoor best, only 149.7. There's a chunk to come off that, I venture. So, 4 laps of the track then. Hinata Maeda on the outside for Japan. Needs to take them out at a nice steady tempo. Got to let them stay in contact with him. Nothing too silly this first couple of laps. Nice and steady down the back straight. Break from lanes, of course, and this is where it gets a little bit tasty. It is a contact sport indoors, 800 metres, no doubt about it. As they come down the straight, it's Henry Fisher in second place, Tom Randolph in third, and then the Tunbridge vest of Jack Higgins in fourth. Single file now, that's good, nice and tidied up as they go into this third bend.
Well, it's a conservative start for Tom Randolph, who is sitting back in third at the moment. He's ran 151 this year, but he will be looking for something big. He's from Tamworth, only down the road. This is practically a home race for him, and now the pacemaker steps off the track, and it is Fisher at the front, dragging them along.
51.74 at 400. I think that's really sensible. For a field of this calibre, down there in the low 50s would have been too quick. 51.7, really smart running. The ponytail Justin Davies now moving up round the outside into third place as they come into the straight for the penultimate time. Still really good running here by Henry Fisher as he leads them through the bell this time. Coming up on his shoulder now is Justin Davies. As Randolph stays in third place, Davies challenging for the lead there around that penultimate bend. He's run a couple of metres extra there, but looking strong down the back straight. There's still 6 men there. Randolph into second place. It's the highest he's been in the whole race. He's got Davies in his sights now as he comes around the bend. This is the long charge for home down the home straight. 40 to go, and Davies has the strength to stay clear. Brilliant running from him. Crosses the line. 145.79. Wins it by 4 or 5 metres. That is a PB by over a second, and it elevates him to 7th place all time in the UK. That is a lot of that is down to brilliant pacemaking, really sensible running by that field through the third lap and into the final circuit. And he knew that Tom Randolph would be coming back at him off the final bend, and he was running scared there. Didn't know what was going on behind him, but lengthened his stride and brilliantly moved away over the last 50. Superb stuff by Justin Davies.
Yeah, Justin needs to go and thank Hinata Maeda because that was beautifully paced. They'd asked for 51.5, and that's pretty much what they got. And then he had the battle there. He knew that Randolph has a quick finish, and if he's anywhere close, he will come again, and that's exactly what was happening. But Justin Davies, the tall figure, he just opened up those legs and he just motored. Look at his face as he looks at the clock. He cannot believe it. The man coached by Martin Rush down in Team Bath hits his head. What a run, 145.78. He's got the qualifying for the European team, European indoors.
Justin, you must be very happy.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. I was going for a European standard and went much faster than I thought I could. So,
Well, listen, you're going to get crowned by the Queen herself. Here's Keely. You are our champ. Well done. Absolutely, congratulations. People, make some noise for Justin! Have a breather, mate. Have a breather.
We've got a new star there.
I mean,
Scott,
cool,
what's he
blimey.
going to be doing in the summer? 145 indoors.
That's extraordinary. I mean, the whole field there, the top 6 have all got personal best. I mean, 4 athletes under 147. Tom Randolph, who was a best previously at 148.11, has just absolutely smashed that with 146.56. I mean, that's extraordinary, isn't it?
It is indeed, yes. I love seeing personal bests. I love seeing fellas run out of their skin in races like this.
He doesn't even look tired. He's just walked over to the chair.
I mean, the thing is now, it makes for, because look, our sport is all about racing, isn't it? It's about the excitement. And we now, you know, throw in, I know sadly he's currently injured, Ben Patterson, unfortunately picking up a stress response or stress fracture in Potchefstroom in his training camp at the beginning of the year. But then, you know, throw in the likes of Max Bergen, you know, Elliot Giles, who we've already mentioned, who is the phenomenal British record. You know, the quality of guys in this 800 metres now is just, it's eye-watering.
And you know what's lovely? These guys are timing it just right for the domestic championships here in the UK next week, when just about every other European nation is holding their championships, or every other nation is holding their championships, including the Americans, and then the World Champs the week later.
Well, Justin Davies, he's still 22 years of age. There's a European under-23 championships this summer. He's an under-23. I mean, 145 indoors puts him as a potential contender for a medal at the European under-23.
Hey, look, and I'm somebody who benefited from European under-23s, but I'm always now of the thinking, if you're good enough, just get into the seniors, bring him in. He's now just got the qualifier for the European Indoor Championships. He's now got to come and deliver and get into the top 2 at the British Champs next week. All eyes are going to be on Davis for next week, and the confidence he'll take into the British Champs, to, you know, on the cusp of getting his first senior indoor vest, go to European Champs. I mean, that's just...
He looks the part too, you know, he's a big lad, he's long legs, he moves well, he'll be able to handle himself in 800s on the circuit, which get very, very physical.
He's got a ponytail, and he's got something about him.
You need to be able to be physical in championship racing, because championship racing is so different to the flat-out time trials of the commercial circuit. But that was a nice race today, and he took it on in the latter stages, so he's shown a lot of quality there.
That move that he made as he came to the bell, you know, to be able to get in front of Tom Randolph, who all the eyes were on, and he knows how vicious Tom Randolph can be in the latter stages of a race if he's within touching distance. So to make that move, you know, that takes confidence.
And Justin Davies as well spent a lot of his early career doing 1,500 metres, which gives you that tactical nous as well. So to use that move towards the final bell, you know, it just shows that he's got that quality and that brain and a bit of nous, which is what you need as well.
Women's 300 metres next on the track. There's an awkward distance we were talking about. 600. Keely was saying is very tough. Ali, you're a former world-class 400 metre runner. 300. Did you enjoy it?
Loved 3.
Did you?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, the thing is, it doesn't hurt as much. It doesn't hurt as much. That's true. It's an all-out sprint. You know, it really is. You're not kind of theoretical.
But you can't run it like a 200.
You can. You'll get your 400 girls. This is where the 400 girls come into their own. But we've seen Dina Asher-Smith is the British record holder, and she's already done. Did you see she posted a 52 high 400 metres yesterday? You know, her coach is clearly putting some strength, endurance into those legs, because she knows it's a long season ahead. But yeah, I think these distances are brilliant, because it brings together your 400 speed specialists and your 200 metre strength specialists, and you're finding that kind of middle ground. I mean, you know, with Keely, I'd love to see her go up against someone like Femke Bol over 600.
We asked her this.
Did you ask her?
She said they've been speaking about it for 2 years.
Yeah, I reckon
exclusive.
And that's where you see. I mean, we saw the 600 earlier. That becomes that kind of middle ground of your 400 hurdlers who have. 400 hurdlers are always historically
here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you're going to say that Keely against Femke Bol would just be a bit of fun over 300 metres or 600 metres or whatever,
I would say.
At the end of the season, it can't happen this year, because Tokyo, everything just stopped. Whereas last year, with the Olympics, Paris, then you've got a few meets afterwards where you can have a bit of fun, like Mondo against Karsten Warholm over 100 in Zurich and so on. That window's been shut now.
You don't get an opportunity to cash in either if you just become
world champion. So the fun window has been shut. I'm not a huge fan. I've still got big question marks in my mind about ending the season with the World Championships when everybody's supposed to be in the best shape of their summer, and then they just stop completely. There's no
like
racing, there's
opinion.
no Zurich. Now, don't be facetious. There's no Zurich or Brussels or anywhere to go and show off your wares, hold your medal up high. And that's been a great tradition, and it's worked really well. I'm not quite sure I totally understand. They're doing it because other sports finish with a climactic event. I don't think that necessarily means it's the right thing for athletics. So for me, the jury is still out.
Well, next year we've obviously got the ultimate champs coming in 2026, and a new concept from World Athletics. Obviously this year we've got Grand Slam coming to the shores of Jamaica in America, so that's then going to fit in that early April, which is why I think we're not seeing Josh Kerr. I mean, I haven't seen anything that said he's definitely not doing the indoors, which I presume he's not.
I think after Milrose he's probably not.
And I think, so, you know, he knows he's got to get ready for Grand Slam, which is early April.
Wasn't Josh ill for Milrose rather than injured?
Yeah,
exactly.
So could he turn up next week to here?
I don't think I've seen the noise that sort of said he wants to do an indoor season. You've obviously then got, you know, World Relays outdoor in early May, which is why the British Athletics have said they're not going to take a relay team to Nanjing. It's going to be a very small team going to China. They will take a full team to Apeldoorn, but they want to focus on the World Relays. And when you think we took medals in every relay in Paris, that was some feat. So they're seriously
It was, but it also
that.
put a sort of slightly unrealistic gloss on how the British team did there. That's what a lot of people say, because our individual medals were not great in number, but we did really well in the relays.
I think compared to previous Olympic Games, we did all right. You know, we
no,
relied
but
on
if you take away the relay medals and look at it in the clear light of day, I'm just being devil's advocate here.
Yeah, 10 medals is still a decent haul. And I think when you look at the likes of the years where we did almost rely on Mo doing two medals, you know, when you look at London 2012, we're still not a nation that wins in massive amounts individually. So I think to have, and then when you look at the likes of Molly Caudry and what happened to her, you know, I know
we could have had 2 or 3 more in Paris. I think what we should also do, I guess, is look at how some of our rivals did in the most global of sports. You know, France, 1 medal in Paris, I think.
Yeah, they had
medal.
They had a
Germany, a couple of championships back, not a single medal. You know, so Britain is holding its end up pretty well.
And then you look at Netherlands, you know, they're definitely punching above their weight.
Yep. Well, it's a big one. It's another elite race coming up in 5 minutes' time. It's the women's 300 metres. A lot of questions why they're running this distance. Well, it's good fun, and some of these athletes will be here next week doing 3 rounds of the 400 at the UK Indoor Championships, which is a big task to do that 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, and it is an interesting one, actually. You know, we've been talking a lot about the fact that the championships will be the focus, a lot of these British athletes. And so when you are doing a 300 metres, it's not a championship distance. Is this a wasted race? But I think the likes of some of the athletes that are lining up here, great to see Emma Pippi. You know, she's moved coaching camp now. She's now training with Lena and Lavia Nielsen, with Tony Lester over in Denmark. Great to see her having a solid season already in the indoors. So those middle lanes are going to be very impressive of Pippi inside Lena Nielsen there.
Well, the athlete that has been granted lane 6 on the outside is a real talent. Emily Newnham, 20 years of age, 4-hurdler as well. She's run 52.32 indoors and has set personal bests over the 400, 200 and 60 metres indoors this year. She's a real talent, coached by Nick Dakin. Lena Nielsen, her twin sister, not here this weekend. Expect to see her next week. And Lena going for the UK indoor record. Ran 37.35, the previous British record. Emma Pippi, love that outfit. Great pattern on it, isn't it? And she will be challenging here as well. A medalist and 2021 Olympian, world champ medalist, Emma Pippi. Teresa Petrozakova from the Czech Republic. Keep an eye out for her. She's ran 37.20 indoors, a bit quicker than Lena Nielsen's personal best. In lane 2 then, Daniela Ledecki. Another athlete here that has experience outdoors over the 300, ran 37.84 in September. And on the inside, Charlotte Henrik, a junior athlete, still 18 years of age. Bronze medalist at the World Juniors over the 4x400 metres last year. She is incredibly quick over the 400 outdoors. Lena Nielsen will fancy her chances here. So Emma Pippi, former short sprinter. They would always back themselves over the 300 metres, but keep an eye out for Emily Newnham. She's well raced this indoor season. Women's 300 metres. Cleans that strong start from Emma Pippi in lane 4. Nielsen will try and chase down Newnham, who will always finish strongly. And Nielsen already showing her credentials in the opening 150 metres. She just about has an edge. Emma Pippi's going well at the minute. The athletes on the inside struggling with those tight turns, but it's Lena Nielsen here, just from Emily Newnham with less than 100 to go. Emma Pippi fighting hard. Can Nielsen regain the British record she set 3 years ago? She has the lead into the home stretch. She is storming away. Newnham closing quickly. It's Nielsen in the lead here. 36.54. She has smashed the British record. I think the top 3 will have all ran big personal bests. And that is a remarkable time for Lena Nielsen. Wow. 36.54. We thought she might just sneak under 37, but she is blown away the rest of the field, and that is a remarkable run.
I tell you what, that was the way to run it. She looked so comfortable, so strong. That first 100 metres, and then all of a sudden they hear the bell, and she just took off. I mean, it was perfect for her because Newnham in the lane outside her really got out, and so she had somebody to hook onto. And she just looks so strong. Both her and Lavia Nielsen, her sister, twin sister. It's a good year and a half they've been with Tony Lester now, and it's starting to show. They're both so much stronger. Everything I'm seeing about these two, I can get excited about. You know, there's our Olympic relay medalist coming now and regaining that title, taking the British record, 36, smashing the British record, 36.53.
Well, it's interesting, the only other British athlete that has gone quicker than that time indoors was Nicola Sanders.
Yeah.
Her split 36 flat en route to winning the European indoor title.
Coached by?
Guess who's coached by? Tony Lester. So
Yeah.
there is a bit of Tony Lester magic, and Lena Nielsen just stunning. What a run. But Emily Newnham.
Do you know what's really funny about these two? They both can, word for word, read you the commentary of Steve Cram calling that Nicola Sanders race. And there's a really lovely video that they both shared. When they started working with Tony, they said, you've got to tell us all about what Nicola did. Because they're...
It was on. Were you looking at the clock? Did you have time to, or did you just feel it?
There's not much time to think in 36 seconds, to be honest, but I felt good kind of coming up the second hill, so I thought just hit it, and then if it was a 20 metres more, I would have fallen over. I think it was quite intense.
Just watching that last little bit, you had the biggest smile on your face, and it was a joy to watch. It's been amazing here this afternoon. The atmosphere's been amazing, hasn't it?
Oh, it's incredible. It's so exhilarating. Such an amazing event, to drop down a distance, have fun with it, take the pressure off. It's such a good opportunity for athletes, I think, just to remember how fun the sport is.
Well, you've been absolutely sensational. Massive congratulations. New British record, everybody. Give it up for Lena Nielsen!
There's been a lot of talk in the last year or two about how microphones shouldn't be shoved in an athlete's face when they've just finished the race. We've moved on one step from that. At least we've improved. They can sit down and have a microphone shoved in their face.
Yeah, it's not too bad when you get to sit on that throne, is it? But I mean, compared to Justin Davies in the 800 just now, Lena absolutely wiped.
Her reference of when they were talking about, because obviously she's got 3 bends to go around, which in itself, flying, but she calls them hills, 2 hills. I mean, I love it. Yeah, I mean, that really is great stuff from her. And like I say, they're learning from somebody who's I remember exactly where I stood when I watched Nicola Sanders run that 400 metres when she went through in 36. I was just down here to the left-hand side of where we are now, and I was absolutely gobsmacked. I mean, the talent of Nicola Sanders.
I know.
She just didn't have a long
Nicola
enough
was
run.
such a talent, and yet she is As we see confirmation of that win there, Scott, that's a special time, 36.53, a national record, because of course Nicola Sanz's 36 seconds flat during our 400 UK record was unofficial.
Yeah, absolutely, hand time split, but Emily Noonan as well, 36.88. She was just outside the previous UK indoor record set by Dina Asher-Smith. That is a remarkable time from that young lady, 20 years of age. She will be looking towards the European under-23s this summer. And then Anna Pippi, a personal best, 37.22 in third. Charlotte Hemrick, great run from the youngster, 37.60, personal best too.
Throw in Lavian out. I mean, that 400 metres, I really hope we're going to see Noonan run next week in the 400 trials, because Anna Pippi really just finding a new lease of life, you know, training with the two Nielsen twins. You
know what's lovely too is she's run 36.53 there, Lena. Her previous best 37.35. That was 3 years ago. It shows how she has come on. The pair of them have come on wonderfully.
In strength, that's the difference. You know, Tony Lester is just such a good coach. He knows how to coach 400-metre runners.
There's the result of that 800 metres. Justin Davies, 1:45.78, broaching new ground. Absolutely superb running from him. And a host of personal bests behind him too. Really, really nice running.
I will just add as well, I didn't get to mention Charlotte Hemrick. She ran in lane 1 and she ran 37.60, which was a huge personal best. She is a real talent coming up in the national scene as an under-20, so as somebody that's only 18 years of age, 37.60, I mean, remarkable. Lane 1, that's such a difficult race.
And back to that discussion around 200 metres, you know, anybody that used to draw lane 1, you very rarely saw them turn up for the final in any sort of championships, which is kind of why they got rid of the two, because that lane.
How's that letter going, Seb Coe?
It's going well. I've started Dear Seb.
Yeah. That friendly. Right, so the blocks are out on the track still, because the next event is the men's 400 metres. That'll be followed by middle distance action, women's 800, men's 1,000, women's 1,500, with records perhaps coming at us in those middle distance races. Who knows what's going to happen in this men's 400 metres. There are 3 400-metre hurdle specialists in this next race, and I've got a soft spot for 400-metre hurdlers because it's such a tough event. It's one of the very few disciplines where the more tired you get, the more you have to raise your game just to get over the barriers, Ali.
Do you know, weirdly, when I can't really call myself a hurdler because I didn't do it enough in my career, but I actually used to find that easier than the 400 because you almost had the next barrier to focus on. And I spoke to Fem Cabal about that, and she agrees with me. So Fem Cabal, the great queen of 400 hurdling, agrees with me. I just used to find when you get into the 400, if you just overcook it in the 400, it's a long way home swimming in lactic.
Have you run a 5,000?
I did the park run the other week in Newcastle. Townmoor Park Run. Couldn't really call it running. Shuffling.
I think one of the things about indoor 400s, which athletes quite like, and you talk about that rhythm and the 4 hurdles, the shorter laps, there's more visual cues. You know, you've got another bend, shorter straights. It allows you to keep the mind engaged a lot more than perhaps the 400 outdoors, where you've got such a long 250 metres just sat on your own, trying to think, how on earth am I going to deal with the payments to come?
Weirdly, sadly I was too injured to do indoors that much, but I used to love it because of that reason. And I think for things like record attempts and stuff like that, you're getting, you know, we're going to see the 1,000 metres, the 1,500. You're getting a 200-metre confirmation of where you're at. You know, I haven't actually seen whether we have got the wave lights. It doesn't look like it. I thought we were going to have them.
I don't know. I haven't seen them all day.
Obviously, I think that's what the wave lights have helped, because it just gives you this confidence when the pacemaker just peels off that you are.
It's effectively another pacemaker if they're well lit up, you know, and they're doing their job, and then you can actually see the thing. I mean, what I loved was watching Jakob the other night, way ahead of the wave lights. When they don't work is when they're way ahead of the runners. Then they should be switched off.
Or when there's too many colours and you're trying to work out which colours which. I mean, yeah, I just think when you've got this, you know, whether it be 4 laps for the 8 or, you know, 7.5 laps or whatever, it gives you that. Just that metronomic where I'm at. You can just have a quick glance at the pacemaker, at the clock on the infield. You know, there's enough kind of I guess, confirmation of where you're at and whether you're on pace. And
it's like a fitness lesson coming here to the NIA.
I'm not sure
if
about
you
that.
want to come to Utility Arena and you're feeling slightly guilty after too much breakfast, get over here and we'll put it through your paces. This gentleman's, look, you see it's catching.
Definitely dance like no one's watching.
Think of the calves and Achilles, that's all I'm wondering about. But we talk about the wave light being used for the middle distance races. I mean, I'd love to see the next evolution of it, which would be using it for the 400. And speaking of that, I saw Ben Cabal on social media the other day. She was using the wave light on an indoor track for training, which is really interesting.
I mean, it's moved into, obviously, there's so many times now you see athletes sharing, scenes of their training and their coaches out there with the bike on the inside and just using it, most
they
of the distance.
They can always wear earbuds and have the coach chatting to them as well.
What did they do back in your day? Could you get on the penny farthing?
They just screamed at you. It was whistles and banging drums and that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Just a good shout and a good megaphone. Come on, Tim.
There was usually a bit more colourful language from my old coach Frank Hall than that, I can tell you. It was stuff like you haven't begun to work with a few expletives thrown in.
Well, we do have about 7 minutes until the next race, which is the men's 400 metres. Mentioned 4 hurdle specialists. Here they are, Tim.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Nibs, Thompson, Folds, Okoro, Domotor, just the Slovakian on the outside there. Patrick Domotor. He is the Slovakian record holder. Actually, Slovakian, even though my notes say Slovenian. SVK is Slovakia. Do apologise for that. But he is the indoor record holder, 46.63. That was in Ostrava just 10 days ago. That is, of course, his lifetime best. And he starts on the outside, all in white in this 400 metres. So the 400 metre hurdle specialists, well, they are all Brits. They include Alex Nibs in lane 2, who has run 48.89 for 400 metre hurdles. He was a silver medalist in the UK Championships last year. His personal best, Nibs on the inside for 400, 46.17 outdoors. 47.83 indoors. That was, 7 years ago now. His season's in debut for 400 indoors, Nibs. And Alex Nibs, well, hasn't actually done an indoor race since 2018. The notes here say. So it'll be interesting to see how he copes with this. In the yellow, that's the right of centre of your picture in lane 4. That's Josh Folds from rugby, the 24-year-old. Fell in the final last year of the UK Indoor Championships over 400 metres. Let's hope that this goes well today and indeed next week, should he run here in Birmingham at those UK Indoor Championships. Fastest time by a Brit this year indoors, 45.82 by Jaden Smith. That was in Fayetteville in the USA. Indeed, you have to go down to 5th place to find a time run in this country that is quick in the year's rankings. That's Josh Folds' 46.96 in Glasgow, because Brodie Young is 2nd quickest in the UK this year, and that was in Albuquerque. Alex Hayden-Wilson, of course, great relay runner for Great Britain, and actually a European medalist over 400 metres in Munich 2022. He set his season's best 46.45 in Astana. But to get into the top 10 all-time for the UK rankings, you've got to get a long way under 46 seconds. Likes of Jamie Bulch and Daniel Keynes from years gone by, the top of the rankings. Patrick Domotor, there he is, mentioned him, the Slovakian 24-year-old, best of 46.63 recently. Efike Okoro, best of 46.72, almost identical lifetime best to the Slovakian outside him. Great Britain goes in 5. There's Josh Folds. 45.4 outdoors last year, Josh Folds. 400 hurdler, he's run 49.2 for 400 metre hurdlers. There is Lee Thompson going in lane 3, the 27-year-old Competed in the mixed 4x400 meter relay in Paris in 2021, Tokyo, and in the men's 4x400 meters there. Outdoor best of 46.2. Indoor best 47.19 this winter. There's Alex Nibbs. Mentioned him in that yellow vest. Nibbs. Nibbs UK 400 meters champion back in 2020. Domitor on the outside in the white vest. There is Nibbs in that yellow strip.
On your marks.
Second UK champs over 400 meter hurdles last year. Nibbs is a best of 48.89, exactly the same over the hurdles as Okoro out in lane 5. Okoro wears the black, second to right. So away they go. Now, it looks pretty even at the moment, although certainly Okoro has gone off very aggressively second to left. They come into the second bend. He's probably leading at the moment, although very good running by the navy blue vest of Lee Thompson in lane 2. But Okoro, it is who leads as they head into the third bend. Also going strongly is Domitor, the Slovakian, in his slipstream, trying to hang on. Okoro working really hard going into the final bend. Doesn't want to be attacked on the final bend, and he may have this one won. Domitor, the only real danger it looks at the moment, as he takes it off the bend there. But Okoro down the home straight is being passed by Domitor, and it is brilliant running there by the Slovakian to take that one. 46.62 by Domitor. It is for him a new lifetime best and a new national record, if that time is to be confirmed. Brilliant, and he had the perfect pacemaker almost in the figure of Efekemo Okoro through the first 350 and slightly more maybe. Boy, oh boy, did he work for that. Probably the smallest man in the field too, I think.
He had a great sighter in Effie, didn't he? Effie Okoro, what a break he had, hitting the bell. He looks so strong, but it's always hard to be chased down, and Domitor just absolutely reeled Effie in that last 50 metres, went wide and just was able to just pump the arms, and the cadence was there as the tall figure of Effie was just feeling the pain of the lactic as the line couldn't come quick enough for him.
Well, 46.61, in fact, he gains another 100th of a second, 2 100ths of a second improvement on his time from 10 days or so ago in Ostrava. Yeah, 46.64 there too for a second place. Brilliant running from Okoro. 46.84 for Okoro in second, and Thompson 47.06. And for Lee Thompson, well, that is a personal best too. Brilliant stuff. Locks over a tenth of a second off his lifetime best. Does Thompson. Really wonderful.
Very good race for me. Fast performance. Personal best, so I'm very happy.
Well, personal best, congratulations on that, my friend. Being here, well, yeah, give him a round of applause for that. Always good when you get a personal best. And what was it like being in front of this amazing crowd doing this today?
I'm happy with this crowd. Was cheering for us, and that's best for athletes.
And what happened to that? I've always want to know, you've won that, do you chill back? Do you have a Nando's? What happened to that?
Oh, sorry.
Do you relax? What do you do? Have a little lie down, or do you just do some more stretching and a cool down?
Oh, it's difficult for me.
Have a Nando's, go large. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Oh yeah, and here is, let me give you the crown to wear, Patrick. Make some noise for Patrick, everybody!
Just outside that, Lee Thompson, a season's best for him. I mean, Lee Thompson's a big lad. Running in lane 3 indoors for someone like him is really tough. I remember a couple of years ago he had lane 1 in the final of the UK indoors. I think he came 3rd or something in the end, but that's a good run from a tight lane.
Yeah, absolutely, because you are having to change your running style. You know, these bends, although they don't look too tight, they really are for a 6'1", 6'2" guy. So yeah, and the same with Effie Okoro. You know, obviously a 400 hurdle specialist.
that win. Confirmation of that win from Domator, personal best 46.61, a national record to Efekimel Okoro 46.84. Lee Thompson, as Ali said, big fella 47.06. He's run a lot quicker than that, but a season's best nonetheless. And all of them a long way under 47.5 seconds. Nice race.
Yeah, just shy of the European indoor qualifying of 46.20, so that'll be the focus of the likes of Effie and Lee for next week. I mean, we do have Jaden Smith and Brodie Young topping the UK rankings this year over stateside. I don't know, and I haven't heard whether they'll be coming back, but I doubt we're going to see them over here for the British Championships, which is a bit of a shame. But Alex Haydock-Wilson, great to see him back. 46.45, he's round this year as well. So it's building to some sort of great race for the British Championships next week.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Okoro, Thompson, Haydock-Wilson, if they're part of the quartet that maybe run at the European indoors, I mean, that's a solid team to put together and potentially get a medal.
For a relay, definitely.
Well, the next event on the track, the women's 800 metres, that's about 10 minutes away just yet as we see this fierce racing and a little bit of contact there towards the back of the field. It is a contact sport, 400 metre racing indoors, there's no doubt about that. Outdoors, of course, stick to your lanes and in theory never touch anyone, but Okoro really took it to them here. You'd think at this point, wouldn't you, Scott, that he's got the race sewn up. He's moving beautifully, he's got 100 metres to run, leans into this final bend. Yeah, he's a lovely looking runner, isn't he? And I mean, he would have wanted to get the home win here at the Keely Classic. This is his track, he's from Birchfield, and yeah, he always looks so smooth, but we didn't realise Domator had just got something extra in the tank coming into the home straight. But there's something, Ali, about being on the shoulder of somebody in a 400. If you've got a baton in your hand, it's always nicer to take over a metre behind than a metre ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that was where the great Jamie Bolsh was the man of the boards, wasn't he? You know, indoors I used to love that. And particularly once you put a baton in his hand as well, you know, something special happens. But yeah, we've said it before, we've said it already today, that, you know, it's always easier being the one chasing when you're feeling that good. It's almost like a slingshot. You come off that final bend, he moved outside, and you could just sense that Effie Okoro was just starting to struggle a little bit, starting to tighten up, and that's really hard, those last 50 metres, to still keep form, still keep driving forward. But yeah, no, great stuff.
And in a way, knowing there's somebody coming at you and you can feel them, you can hear them breathing, you can maybe hear their feet, you sense they're there, that subconsciously makes you tighten up a little bit, whereas if you're chasing somebody, you're more aggressive about it, if you know what I mean.
No, absolutely, and I think that's what's been really special when we saw some of the really impressive world records in Milrose and in Boston, you know, when we've seen the likes of Cole Hopper and you saw Hobbs Kessler up against my brain's gone blank. Anyway, you know, it's those races that we love to see. That's exactly, yeah. But yeah, it's been the racing that I've been really impressed with these indoor championships, the world indoor tours that we've seen. And then we're building to the Europeans, and the fact that we get blessed with two major championships within 2 weeks of each other. Not great for the athletes, because there's a hell of a lot of journey time in there as well, but you know, we're getting a taste of some real good racing.
Yeah, I mean, it's important for the sport, isn't it, to have two majors within the same space of a month to try and keep us relevant. Everybody always talks about the sport maybe being like just in the Olympic year or just in August and July, where we do need to try and make sure that people are watching 12 months of the year.
It's this hangover from the COVID era, isn't it? You know, Nanjing, bless them, have been waiting for these world indoors for so long. And yeah, I think, you know, we are truly the only global sport, I think. You know, we really are. We take in championships across the globe, and our athletes do have a lot of...
And you see the number of medals that are spread amongst the number of nations, the medals are spread amongst at the Olympics, compared with the other big aerobic sports, cycling, rowing, swimming. You know, it's a vast array of nations from every continent.
Nations are on the medal table.
Do you think this, just moving on to the conversation about Tokyo at the end of the summer, being the World Championships, middle of September, everything's shutting down then, do you think this makes it a much harder season to get your racing right? Because there's, you know, May, June, July, August, all before the World Championships. And will we see fewer people racing in May and June, or will we see people taking a 5 or 6 week sabbatical from racing in July and August, or what?
Yeah, I definitely think you're going to be looking at your phasing, depending on what type of athlete you are as well. You know, obviously, I used to train a lot with Colin Jackson. He loved to race. You know, he was a real kind of, once he started racing, his plan was set, and he would race, and he would almost race himself ready for the championship. The best one used to be Darren Campbell. You know, he used to be terrible on the circuit, but he'd get it right when it came to the championships. So yeah, it's just going to be a very long season. You've got to get it right. But we're now warming up for this women's 800. Obviously, not quite the lineup that we were expecting, but nevertheless, still a really creditable field. You know, a strong field.
Yeah, and this was, of course, supposed to round off proceedings today. It was all supposed to go so perfectly and end with a 155 or a 154. It's not gone quite that way. Keely Hodgkinson right now, watching in the VIP area, is probably feeling a bit bittersweet. But there are 6 athletes on the start line, and they are there behind the curtain with Izzy Boffey, the athlete front and centre. I think she'll be a bit disappointed perhaps that she's got lane 1. She's quick, she's ran just outside 2 minutes flat indoors. That was a couple of years ago, and she made a European indoor final 4 years ago now. My goodness, in 2021, that feels like an absolute lifetime ago. Can you believe it? She trains in Birmingham. She will be looking to try and get close to that European indoor qualifying time, which she hasn't got this year. It's 2 minutes, the World Indoor qualifying at 2 minutes flat, so she would have to go very quickly here. The pace is going to be quick, we know that, and one athlete that we're expecting to challenge for that is Natoya Gould-Toppin, who is Jamaican star, 33 years of age now, and so experienced across the circuit, having come 4th at the London Diamond League behind 3 Brits last summer.
Yeah, it's interesting with how a lot of these girls are going to be focused on this race now, because all of a sudden in the space of 24 hours it's gone from a world record attempt to a well within their compass paced 159 race. You know, we're looking at kind of European indoor qualifying is 2 minutes 2. That's now got to be their focus. So this is, you know, this is a race that they're not just going to be trying to hang on the train of the coattails of Keely on a world record attempt. This is very much now being set for a pace of 29 through 200 metres, 58 through 400 metres, with an aim of a 159, which, you know, when you look at the sort of field that we've got, there's a real chance. Because I think, you know, in terms of depth, you haven't got the sort of what we're seeing with the men's globally or in Europe. So I think there's a real opportunity here, and you've got the likes of a training partner of Keely Hodgkinson and Erin Wallace in the lineup here. We won't be seeing Gemma Reekie. She's top in the UK rankings already this year from Metz the other night, 159.72. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Great to see Izzy Boffey back.
Yeah, she won the BMC race in Sheffield at the start of last month against young British star Shakira King, and we're going to be pacemates here by Miss Anne de Wit. She is one of the Dutch 400 metre stars. She's an Olympic medalist herself from last summer. De Wit, 32 years of age now.
She's probably quite glad that it's now turned into a 159 race. Her job's not quite as hard.
Yeah, I mean the pressure for pacing that sort of thing.
I know.
But
it's a special. I remember, well, coach of Keely Hodgkinson, Jenny Meadows, became really good at that.
Yep.
You know, she it's a talent. You know, it's not just a case of surely it's easy because it's slower than you're capable of. It's
not everybody has that internal clock either, do they?
No.
I mean, I saw the thing the other night.
Yeah, they were stopping the watch.
I couldn't believe that. They were stopping the watch. I thought that was...
There's so many...
You don't need that, do you? Why? You've got a clock, it tells you every lap, and you should just know from a feeling. And also, you have the wave light.
Yeah. And so many of these girls, you know, the way they train, you know, tempo, or they're on the track, they're doing kind of 10 300s, you know, they're used to pace. Or you'd like to think they're used to pace.
And they will all be very used to this 29, 30 second pace, because, you know, even athletes that are potentially running 2:08s, they're used to running around 30 seconds. They will often go out a little bit harder. But well, this is our pacer, Lisanne de Wit, Dutch athlete. She's done an 800 this year, 2:08. So I think she'll be pleased she doesn't have to finish it this time round. Natoya Gould topping. Well, an absolute star, really, isn't she? Olympic finalist in 2021. Watched the back of the likes of Jemariki and Keely Hodgkinson run away from her in the end. She was a Commonwealth Games bronze medalist as well previously. Erin Wallace, keep an eye out for her. British-Scottish athlete, 24 years of age, has ran 2:01, her personal best indoors last year. Anaïs Bourgeois of France, she shares lane 3 with this lady, Anne-Marie Nissen from Denmark. In lane 2, well, this might be an athlete to challenge. She's run a personal best just a couple of weeks ago, 2:01.55. Evelina Martinen, Finnish athlete. She holds the Finnish indoor record from that race a couple of weeks ago and has ran sub 2 minutes outdoors. Izzy Boffey on the inside, an athlete still only 24 years of age. My goodness, I can't believe that. It feels like she's been around such a long time, but winning European Youth Junior and under 23 titles. The women's 800 metres. Well, they will be looking for something around 29 seconds through this first 200 metres, and Boffey on the inside, as expected, has got out really well. Now Martinen just moving up into second and is around 3 metres behind. Gould topping well. Don't see a race too much indoors, but she's sitting back in third at the moment, and there is Nissen in second place and just drifting up now with 27.69 at 200. That's incredibly quick.
Yeah, it really is, and de Wit now just starting to move outside, and the likes of Izzy Boffey, who was in that difficult lane 1 when they all break and they get in front of you. You know, it really is. It's tough work when you're trying to hold your own, but now they seem to be now just sitting on the coattails of Lisanne de Wit and really enjoying the ride. Very, very comfortable as they come up to the 400 metre mark, pretty much spot on, 58.44.
Well, I think Boffey and Wallace at the back have probably paced this the smartest so far. They're looking for nice even runs, and de Wit's still going 450 metres in, but it's strong at the front. Bourgeois near the front. There's a pacemaker just drifts off, and they'll come round for 250 metres to go, and they're all going to be bunching up. Boffey's at the back. Wallace now making a move around the outside, and here they go. Gould topping on the inside. She's getting muscled just a little bit. Bourgeois is there too. Bourgeois has ran 2 minutes this season. Martinen, the Finnish athlete here. Boffey in the middle. And Martinen now at the front, leading this one home. Gould topping will finish quickly. Boffey is finishing strong as well. And here comes Izzy Boffey. What a turn of pace in the final 50 metres. She's going to take the win. 2:01.70. I said it looked as if she'd paced this right from the back. It was nice and even. And she came through like a rocket in the home straight.
And I tell you what, she did not panic because there was a lot of traffic as they hit the bell. She was right at the back of that, and she held her own. She thought, I'm not going to get in the mixer there, and I'm also not going to go out into lane 3 or 4 to try and get round them. I'm going to hold off. And she had confidence in her finishing speed there. Really looked impressive. That's the Boffey of old. When she gets it right, she's dangerous if she's still in contention.
That race was also tailor-made for Izzy. You know, it was silly fast the first lap. That put everybody back in a bit of lactic. She sat back from it, as you said quite rightly, Scott. A lot of traffic. She was in a terrible position down the back straight, and she bided her time and knew it's a long finishing straight here in Birmingham, and she bided her time and kicked away down the home straight. Here she is in fourth. She's still got a bit of traffic and a bit of work to do in front of her, but actually she is very powerful. She's got great finishing speed. If this had been a 1:58 race, I think she'd have struggled, but it wasn't. It was a 2:01, almost a tactical race with not great pacemaking.
All really come together, so I was really happy to be able to get round. It was pretty messy, but you know, glad I could put on a show for everyone today.
Well, you absolutely did, because you kicked in there on that final straight. That was amazing.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm really happy today. I'd sort of come in here trying to get the win, and you know, it was slower than we would expected. I'm sure it's not a world record, but for me, it's a European standard, so I'm super happy.
And so you should be. Listen, absolutely amazing. We've been talking about them all afternoon because they've been brilliant, the crowd here tonight, haven't they?
Oh yeah, amazing. Honestly, I feel like they were really like spurring me on, especially when it was getting a little bit, who was going to win, who was going to win. Like, it definitely got me going down that home straight.
Well, it was amazing to watch you. Here is your crown. There you are. You get to wear a crown as well. Once again, make some noise, everybody!
Inside that European indoor qualifier and a season's best for her.
Yeah, that didn't go amiss, did it, when she was getting interviewed there? And I think that's the sort of confidence she needs going into the British Championships next week. She's already done half of it now. You know, that kind of pressure to try and get a time next week has been taken away. So she's now got a really interesting race. She'll be lining up against Gemma Ricci and be really, really looking for a title. You know, she'll have enjoyed that win, because the other thing is, you know, learning to win races is so important, and it really is good to see Izzy back. You know, indoors has been a happy hunting ground for her. She's been at both European and World Indoors previously, so she's giving Keely Hodgkinson a hug as she sits and chats to Keely with a crown on. I mean, yeah, somebody take a picture. She's absolutely covered with photographers, so that's a cracking picture to look at.
Well, the results then just flying up on screen. Boffy 201.69, the surge in the last 100 metres from the middle of the pack.
It's also the check. She had to cut her stride. She had to sort of back check and then move out slowly. But she obviously then was feeling confident. She sensed the girls in front of her starting to tire a little bit, and obviously felt right. I'll put all the burners down here because I'm really feeling it, and moved out right into lane 3. I set on the finish line, and yeah, great, pumping the arms all the way there. Really good stuff.
I mean, the athlete on her inside there, Natoya Gould-Toppin, she's ran 156 last year. She's not an amateur. She's a serious player in the 800-metre world scene, and Izzy Boffy just made light work of it in the home straight. So Evelina Martinen, the Finnish athlete, 202.26 in second, and Natoya Gould-Toppin, a season's best 202.26 for her. I'm sure she will be building and have one eye on a potential medal at the World Indoor Championships. So we come down to our final 2 races, Tim, and the men's 1,000 metres coming up in just a few minutes.
Yeah, actually, it's about 9 minutes away, the main race. There we are, the Olympic champion, giving a hug to today's winner in the 800 metres. And Izzy Boffy, who won plenty of age group titles a few years back, is still a fabulous performer at 800 metres. And just struggled to move on to the next step, really, Izzy Boffy, who's, you know, outdoor best is under 2 minutes, but you feel always that 158, 157 tons should be coming for Izzy Boffy, and they haven't quite happened this last 2 or 3 years. We're joined in the commentary box by a certain Mr. Cram, Steve Cram, the one and only. Stevie, welcome on board. You enjoying the afternoon? You're actually not really working, you're coaching here today, aren't you?
I am. I'm avoiding the dancing.
Thank God for that.
Well, I know there's a lot of pressure out there. You know, the PA keeps picking on older gentlemen, which I fit into that category perfecly. And
it's like a fitness class, this
Well,
place.
it is, I know. I'm enjoying the music, enjoying the atmosphere. No, there's been some great racing so far, so yeah, really good. 1,000 metres coming up, and look forward to that in the women's 1,500 to hopefully give us a good climax. But yeah, it's been some really, really good, strong performances. Justin Davis looked great in that 800. Hard line to Callum Dodds, that's a tough one actually. They're going out, you know, the 6, you've kind of got out and commit, and if you just overcommit, then you get a bit leggy in the last 200, which happened to him. But it was a good, really good effort. Great to see Izzy Boffy there at the end.
Yeah.
You know, that was a bit of a surprise because she hasn't been running as well as she would like up to this point, so that was brilliant.
Yeah, I know. No, that was that tailor-made race for Izzy, really, that sort of race. Steve, I know there's a lot of people listening who will want to know about you and Laura Muir and the new coaching setup. There's had a lot of publicity this last couple of weeks. Tell us, I mean, that was smouldering, that sort of advisory role anyway for a little while, wasn't it? And now you've come clean and you're actually a coach. Is this true?
Look, I've known Laura an awful long time, and obviously I coached Laura Waitman, who was a big rival of Laura's, and Laura Waitman's now moved into the coaching world, and I'm trying to help and develop Laura Waitman as a coach and working with the British team, and she's going to be at the European Indoors as part of the team. For Laura Muir, obviously, she's gone through an awful lot in incredibly successful career, but the last couple of years she's been dealing with a lot of things, and we know her well, we're friends, and so it's an opportunity to kind of really help Laura take the next step in her career, and that's really what I'm trying to do. And I'm always trying to help both of them, if you know what I mean. So
it's interesting though, Steve, because I mean you went through this bit with your old coach Jimmy Headley many years ago, black and white and all that sort of thing. Keep telling me. You get an athlete like Laura Muir, and like you were in your second half of your career, where you know 95% of it, so you're more of a sounding board and advisor than a coach dictating exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I'm not going to try and tell Laura Muir how to run 1,500 metres or anything else. She's an incredibly successful and experienced athlete. So you're right, it's about a support team that's a new support team for her to have the platform to go and do the things she wants to do in this part of her career going forward. Maybe some new challenges, maybe some slightly new approach, who knows, but that's still in its infancy, still at the beginning. And I think Laura Muir is one of the greatest athletes we've ever produced, and Laura is an incredible example to other athletes, particularly women as well. And she has an incredibly strong relationship with Laura Waitman. And I think between the two of them and the roles that they both can play in our women's athletics team and probably women's sport in the next few years is going to be a really positive thing, and I'm happy to help them.
Have you spotted any one or two little things you can tweak where you think, nah, you're missing that in your training, or you're doing too much of that? Or
I think the thing is, Tim, you would know this, you have a long career and if you have a successful career, and of course you tend to kind of be in a scenario where you've done things in a certain way, and any way of looking at it in a slightly new, through a new lens, if you like, can always kind of go, well, how about this, how about that? It's still early in that process, and so, yeah, of course, when you get to a point in your career as well, I think freshening things up, having a slightly new approach, having some new challenges is a great thing to have. And in this stage of her career, she has an awful lot still to offer, I'm pretty sure. But that will very much be in her decision about what she wants to do and how she wants to do it.
I've always felt that Laura has perhaps been somebody that's overlooked. She's such a talent, and she's produced great times from the 800 all the way up to the 5,000 as well. Maybe sometimes she gets forgotten about that silver medal in Tokyo. She's not necessarily here with a big meet called the Laura whatever, but she's an unbelievable athlete, and as you say, one of the greatest that we've ever produced in Britain.
Yeah, and our sport is about setting yourself the right challenges and you're picking and choosing where you go to compete, and that's the great thing about the sport. You can do that. You've got to go and beat other people sometimes to do that. But Laura Muir is the type of athlete who relishes that challenge, and I'm sure she's looking forward to a lot more of that to come in the coming years.
And are we going to see her at the UK Indoors next week?
We'll see.
Now, Steve, the men's 1,000 coming up. It's about 3 or 4 minutes away.
Yes.
Scott's going to call that with you.
Oh, is he?
Well, all right then. But, we want you to earn your cup of tea that we haven't given you. You've got an athlete in this race.
Yeah, Alex Bottrell. We've been working with Alex for a few years now, 800-metre runner, but, we're trying to, he wants to explore some possibilities perhaps over 1,500 going forward. He's got, good endurance base, Alex, and 1,000 is a great race for 800-metre, 1,500-metre runners, I think. It always favours the 1,500-metre runners. You only have to look at the all-time lists, both British, world. It looks as though it should favour the 800 guys, but it's always a bit too far for the 800 guys. But the good 1,500-metre runners have got some 800-metre pace. It's perfect. I wish there were more 1,000-metre races. I think they're really good. They're good preparation. Delighted that there's one on here today, and Charlie Grice still has the British record. And obviously it's sad that Jake Whiteman's not here to take part, but for Alex and the other guys in this, it's a great opportunity, to test themselves. Alex isn't going to have an indoor season after he's not going to be at the British Championships next week, but for some of the others, this is a great step towards that.
And you've got Neil Gurley, who's in fabulous form in this one. Be interested to see how Neil does.
I think Joe, who's been going really well, and I watched Joe win the 1500 up in Glasgow a couple of weeks ago. Looks really strong. He was going to run the 800, Joe Whitfield has dropped into the 1000, which I think is a good decision. So yeah, it's going to be interesting because the pace they're asking for is nice, steady, 148, 149, which I think is absolutely right. And then it's like who gets to 600 and tries to take it on. If Neil feels strong enough, he's certainly capable of going into the 215, 216 range.
Well, they are towing the line, and a whole heap of stars. We have just found out that Archie Davis will not start this race, and he's somebody that's got skills over both the 800 and 1500, so shame he's... Well, actually, he looks to be there down on the track, doesn't he? He come up on our screen as did not start, but Archie Davis is there in his typical Brighton Phoenix vest. Well, that man on the screen is not from Norway, he's from Scotland, and his name is Neil Gurley. And a couple of years ago pushed Jakob Ingebrigtsen very hard at the European Indoor Championships, and I think he'll fancy his chances, Steve, perhaps for a medal at the European Indoors if it's in his sights.
Yeah, you know, for Neil, that's not Neil on the screen there, that was Soldu, I think, but yeah, you saw Neil just before, so sorry, Sam Chappell there, but, who again will go well, has been running very, very well. The only thing about this is, the Europeans, the selection for the Europeans is, it's like who wants to go type thing. So if they all turn up next week, Joe, we've just seen there, the likes of Archie Davis could spring a surprise. It's 3:37 flat. Tom Keen's not here today. Tom's one of those who's been running well. What about, not quite sure what George Mills is up to. He's a brilliant 3,000. Is that his target? Would he drop into the 1,500? So a lot of questions. I'm looking forward to next week in the championships to see who actually contests the 1,500.
Well, Piers Copeland as well, just to the left we saw, who stormed to victory here 12 months ago at the UK Indoor Championships. Kane Elliott there in that bright pink vest, keep an eye out for him. 1,500 metre champion. There's Alex Botterill. Ran a pretty good 340, 1,500 a couple of years ago. 144 man over 800. That speed will come in handy here today. And on the inside, Tom Dodd, always there or thereabouts on a national level. He, with his 3:38 1,500 best, will challenge, I am sure. And Tom Dodd,
on your marks.
See him indoors, but Neil Gurley, 2 in from the left-hand side. Well, the target for Neil Gurley, 2:17.20, the time set by Charlie Grice back in 2021 in New York. And we've got the splits for that race in front of us here. We know the sort of times that they will need to go, and the pacemaker at the front in that black strip will try and drag them round in 27-28 seconds, and it's pretty quick. Gurley will have been just around 27 seconds flat, and that's a strong pace, Steve, to start.
Yeah, but not too fast, which I think is the right way to attack the 1,000 metres. If he can just keep this nice and steady, and hit 54.5, and then they can get to 600 in about 121.5, 122, great. And that will set it up really nice for the guys. They didn't want a silly 25 first 200, which we didn't get, thankfully.
54 through 400, that's a second and a half quicker than Charlie Grice ran for his British record. Gurley now starting to surge, Chappell in second, Joe Wigfield looking really cool, back in third at the moment. The man from Wirral ran 146 over 800 last summer, which was a big improvement for him. And Archie Davis somewhere in around about 5th at the moment. So Gurley now, as the pacemaker drops out, starts to lead and will have 2 laps on his own at the front in the final 400.
Pacemaking is perfect, they're right on this. I'm heading for something about 2:15, I reckon. Look at Joe Wigfield there, Botterill still there, Archie Davis not too far away, 4 or 5 men in with a chance still.
Well, Gurley here just with a metre advantage and is starting to wind this one up. Wigfield is still in contention, and Botterill is going really well in 4th at the moment, with Archie Davis back there in 5th, and Chappell makes a move. 148.9 at the bell, that's ahead by a second at the time that Charlie Grice ran for the British record, so Gurley with a bit of work to do. Chappell is there, the Dutch athlete, striding with 100 metres to go. What can Gourley do in response? Bottrell back in fourth, starting to make a move. Wakefield is doing really well here in third, and Chappell is starting to streak away. Chappell is going to take the win here at the Keely Classic in the men's 1000. 2:16.11. Gourley in second, Bottrell in third, and Wakefield just holding on for fourth in the end. And 2:16.11 puts him up to third in the world or the European all-time list. So that is a very quick time, and Neil Gourley, we'll have to wait and see the time on the clock, which is, it was very close. 2:16.74, a British record for Neil Gourley.
Yeah, Botch inside the old record as well. He'll be happy with that. So is his coach. Thank you very much. Good job. Really good pacemaking. And you know, the thing about the 1,000 metres is, if you want to run in that range, 2:15, 2:16, they were almost perfect at 6 and at 8. Chappell, as I said at the start, has been running very, very well. Not surprised, perhaps, that he gave Neil Gourley something to think about. I don't think Neil would be too disappointed. If you'd said you're going to run 2:16 before, he would have taken that. Of course, he would have liked to have won. Neil is normally very strong in the last 50, 60 metres, so I was a bit surprised that he didn't.
I was surprised. Yeah. Neil was Chappell ran away from him on the last lap.
I agree, Tim. Normally that's Neil's part of the race. There aren't many people get away from him in the closing stages. So Chappell, very good, very strong. But Neil's setting himself up nicely for next week.
And he missed the World Indoors in Glasgow last year, an event he wished he could have been at so deeply, but he managed to come back well for the outdoor season, and he's still somebody that's trying to run inside 3:30, and he's always been quite close, right?
Well, of course, Neil's a good racer. I mean, everyone talks about times, and of course they do these days, but we have such strength and depth in the 1,500 metres. You have to be able to race. Because you're going to be up against 3 or 4 top, maybe even 3 or 4 of the best in the world in your event. I know Jake's injured now. Obviously, Josh is preparing in his way for the season. But Neil is a great racer.
You've still got more than halfway of the race to go. But suddenly I felt like I was back in the rhythm, and I took the lead with 300 meters to go. And then I ran a strong last lap for a national record. So I'm really happy.
Mate, absolutely sensational. It gives me a great pleasure. Here's your crown. Wear it pride. Make some noise, everybody, for Samuel! Just get a quick couple of pictures. Okay. And let's go over here and have a little chat with Neil. Massive congratulations, Neil.
In the latter stages there. And by Neil's standards, that was a really strong, solid race. It's a British record, but yeah, I thought it was his race going down the back straight.
I'm not going to disagree with you, sadly, for once, but yeah.
This is true.
But you're dropping into Neil's. Neil probably would say he'd like his 800 to be better. I think he's been concentrating. I haven't spoken to him this winter at all, but he's got good ability at 3K as well, but the 1,500 is his sweet spot. So, yeah, who knows, Tim? We don't know. He could be loading an awful lot and maybe not done a lot of quick stuff yet. Who knows? So, nonetheless, I don't think he's going to be too disappointed with getting a British record. But you're right. You would like to win.
Well, Sam Chappell 2:16.09, third fastest European of all time over the indoor 600. Neil Gourley national record. Alex Bottrell just outside the old British record. Joe Wakefield 2:17.51, a great run from him, equals Jake Whiteman's former British indoor record and goes equal third on that all-time list, equal fourth.
Okay, here's a question. We haven't got it in front of us, but why wasn't that a Dutch record? Rob Druppers?
Oh, that's a very good one, yeah.
Oh, that is not hanging about, 2:16.09.
Maybe even Laros recently, I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you, it was Rob Druppers' 2:16.4 hand time back in 1988.
You're like an encyclopedia.
Well,
wonderful.
Well, that's an interesting one, because as far as I understood, the old IAAF, the last hand-timed world record was officially Steve Ovet's in Oslo, which was, I think, in 1980. As far as I understood, so I'm very surprised there's a hand time. It's not; these aren't official world records, of course, or national records, because it's not official. It's a 1,000-meter distance, so we'll allow him the hand time.
The 1,000's a world record distance.
Well, then that shouldn't be a national record because he couldn't. I think by 1988.
Well, you and Ali, between you, can write to Seb about that as well. That's another thing.
Do you know what? If only I had the time or the interest or could be bothered.
Just the women's 1500 to come here from Birmingham. That's due off in about 7 minutes' time. If you want to go and put the kettle on very, very quickly, or listen to us talk over these pictures about what a great afternoon it's been here at this inaugural edition of the Keely Classic. Steve Cram just heading off to another cup of tea. Lucky devil. Nobody poured us one, by the way, in the last 4 hours, but who cares? There's that women's 1500 metres start list, and of course a lot of attention upon Georgia Bell, Hunter Bell as she is now, although I've just been putting her into search engines and she still comes up as Georgia Bell. 4:07.05, her season's best, but she's worth a little bit better than that because her outdoor best for 1500 metres, 3:52 is the British record. That was in the Olympic Games last year. She's of course the Olympic bronze medalist. She took a silver over 1500 metres in Rome last summer at the European Championships. This is very much this race, with all due respect to the other athletes in this women's 1500, about Georgia Bell and her attempt to break the British record, which currently belongs to Laura Muir at 3:59.58. And the pace that's been requested, 31.5 for 200, 63.5 for 400, and remember 64s is 4-minute speed, 2:07, 2:08 at 800, and then a slight acceleration through to 1,000, 2:38, 2:38.5. So more or less what we're saying is she runs around 63.5, 64 seconds per lap, and then can accelerate in the last 300. She should get that British record, Scott.
Yeah, well, she's going to be close. Those sort of splits are not too dissimilar to what Watelji ran for the world lead, which was 3:58.89 a couple of nights ago. And I think that is definitely doable. Everybody will look at what Georgia ran last summer, 3:52, which is just a phenomenal time. She is more than capable of running sub 4 minutes, but it's whether or not the last couple of races, ran at Milrose Games last week, a couple of races stateside already this indoor campaign, does that start to fatigue the legs maybe? I'm not too sure, but she will fancy her chances, and this is going to be a perfectly set race for her to go and attack that British record.
But Georgia Bell, of course, won the Milrose Games mile a week or so back. That was on the 8th of February, 4:23, in what was probably for her a tactical race, frankly, because if you translate that to 1500, it's worth about, I don't know, 4:3, something like that, 4:2. So she's certainly capable of going a lot quicker than that for a mile. She's run a good 3,000 in Boston a couple of weeks back, 8:36, so the strength is there. She's a 1:56 800-metre runner. Ali, she's got all the speed and strength. And probably when you look at her 800 and her 3,000, 1,500 is her sweet spot, funnily enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was funny, I was chatting to her coach, Trevor Painter and Jenny Meadows last night, and what's very obvious is that the camper kind of, although this has now been billed as the British record attempt, in the head of Georgia Hunter Bell and Sarah Healy, her training partner, the Irish athlete, they know how tough this is. And they've struggled to get a pacemaker to take them beyond 600 metres. And so they're now sort of almost saying, can you just let the commentary team know that Sarah and I train together so that, you know, if we do start sort of sharing the pace, because I think they both recognise this isn't just a given. Yes, she's ran 3:52, but we've got to think about how that 3:52 came about and the staging that she did that on. It was in the Olympic Games. She perfectly paced it right. She went with that blistering pace of Faith Kipyegon early on, and Sigai and the likes, and you know, it was phenomenal, that final.
A measure of how good that Laura Muir record is, 3:58. I mean, we have to recognise that 4 minutes is not broken indoors that often. Laura Muir's British record, 3:59 rather, 0.58, is still 10th fastest all time.
Yeah.
So to get to the top 10 of the men's 1500, for example, you've got to be flying, and we're making sub-4 sound a little bit more simple than it is, probably.
Yeah, and when you think about that, it's peppered with Ethiopians. You know, the Ethiopians know how to run this event. You know, they've dominated. Right now, they're dominating in the world lead with Welchechi. And I think you're absolutely right. I think sometimes we just get sucked into times outdoors and just think, well, you know, she can do it. And I think Jenny was trying to reiterate that to me last night, is they are not taking this lightly. It's not a case of this is a given, because I think that's what everybody in this arena now, they look at her personal best outdoor and they go, well, it's 7 seconds quicker, surely. And I think she's going to have to, it's going to hurt, and she's going to have to take on some of the pace herself if she really wants this record.
That race last year at the Olympics, it was a freak race. You don't see that happen very often. Georgia has ran quicker, I think, 5 times last year outdoors than this British record indoors. That's not very many times. Last year was a breakthrough year. Has she got it in the legs already for 2025? That's a different question.
Yeah,
so,
and Jenny was sort of hinting that. She was kind of saying, look, that 352, it was like an anomaly. It's not, yes, she did it. She ran it in her legs, but, is she really a sort of more 356 runner? That's kind of what they were suggesting to me last night. But I think she's almost been, the kind of the bridesmaid for this event, and all of a sudden in the last 24 hours, attention has quite rightly switched to this being the blue ribbon event, and
actually, she's a fitting bridesmaid, so to speak, who's been, as you say, pushed into the limelight because Keely injured. She was Olympic champion. She's an Olympic bronze medalist in one of the most astonishing races in Paris. So there she is, Georgia Bell, wearing 7 Ellie leather in that strip, the British 26-year-old. But frankly, Georgia stands out amongst this field, head and shoulders amongst them. Just looking at the personal bests of all the others. The world indoor record is 3:53.09. That was by Gudaf Segai in Yerevan 4 years ago. I commentated in that race, and I was flabbergasted because she went out at suicidal pace. I think her first lap was 58 or something, and I remember being a little bit disparaging about it, and I regret that now, and I'd apologise, if you like, 4 years late, because it was bonkers. It was like a bloke going out in a 1500 in 52 and breaking the world record.
Did the other night though as well. It's the way that the Ethiopians seem to race. They just go out and then kind of just hang on and tie up. And I think what we've just seen there with the men's 1000, when you get a beautifully judged paced race, then we can see the likes of Alex Bottrell finishing like a train, and the strength of Neil Gourley. But yeah, this is going to be an exciting race.
Sarah Healy there, we just saw, she's in fabulous form, the Irish 24-year-old. There is Georgia Hunter-Bell, the Olympic bronze medalist, the European silver medalist, UK 1500 champion last year. Her 10 fastest times ever at 1500 metres came last year. Her top 5 800 times ever came last year. There is Fedra Aldana Luna of Argentina. Her best 4:12 in Sabadell a couple of years back. She hasn't run a 1500 this year. Gemma Finch, great young athlete there. And the 27-year-old best of 4:16. That was this year, as a month or so ago in Sheffield. Ava Lloyd, just 19 years old, 4:21 this year. Can she set a personal best here today? It's 4:19 at the moment indoors. And Maddie Dedman, well, she's a 4:23 performer indoors. That was a year ago, almost a year ago to the day, her first 1500 of the winter. But it is a worry that there's pacemakers for only 600 metres. And I know some people aren't great fans of pacemakers, but the fact is that nearly all races these days are set up with pacemakers. And I guess to compare like for like, you need to be running in a race with pacemakers if you're going to chase records. So Georgia Bell has got to go out aggressively here. She needs this first lap to be about 31.5. The pacemaker, Elena Strevens, is a 4:19 athlete. That was in Reykjavik, funnily enough, in Iceland a couple of weeks ago. She's only 18 years old. Georgia Bell needs to absolutely focus here on the back of Strevens and then go for it mid-race, but save enough for those last couple of laps.
I mean, bang on pace in 31.56 from Strevens at the front, and that is exactly where they would want to be after 200 metres. They just need to keep it going, and you've got to remember that Sarah Healy, her personal best is only half a second slower than Hunter Bell's indoor. This is not Georgia's race completely. It's going to be very, very tough.
Well, Sarah Healy has been in fantastic form, the Irish 24-year-old. Just 2 3000s this year, 4th in Boston a couple of weeks back in 8:35. And then the Millrose Games, a national record last week. That was much quicker. She ran 8:30. So she is strong. We know that about Sarah Healy of Ireland. She's tucked in there in 3rd place behind Georgia Bell. They come now to 5 laps to run. 1,000 to go. 1:19 there as they go through. Really need Strevens to do a great job for as far as she can here. As you said, 31 that first 200. Didn't get the 400 metre split.
Well, 62.79.
1:35.72 at 600 metres. It is just about right, as long as this next lap is around 31.5. I think about now is the time Georgia Bell has got to start pushing on, because it slowed a little bit, I think, that last 100.
Yeah, it's not as quick as Witelji ran the other night at the World Indoor Tour, and I think Bell here just looks as if she's cutting her stride a bit. She needs to get around the outside now and start to push this pace. So 2:09.87 at 800, that's around 5 seconds slower than they ran the other night.
It's not quick enough, that's almost 2:10. She really has got to attack this one. I'm not sure she's a natural front runner. She's a great racer. 3 laps to go. Goes through there in about 2:26.5, 2:27. Still got Sarah Healy for company. Over 1,500 metres, Georgia Bell is significantly quicker. But is this going to come down to strength? And if it is, I would quite like to see Healy go past her now, maybe. I'm not sure Healy's got a super fast finish. Is this turning into a race rather than a record chase?
Well, they're probably on for around 4:03, 4:04 pace at the moment. I mean, they're just a bit slower than what they would have expected, but you can see the crowd and Keely Hodgkinson on the inside there just spurring on her 2 training partners, and Bell at the front will have to push on, and Sarah Healy will latch on the back of her as well.
Well, just over 300 to run, and the record, I think, is not going to go. They'll need to run these last 2 laps in 30 seconds each, and they just haven't accelerated enough. Georgia Bell looks like she's more concerned with beating Healy, a metre behind her, than she is with running any record here today, and there's nothing wrong than that. Winning is a great habit to have. She won the Milrose Games Mile. She goes through there in 3:31. She's got to run 28 for this last circuit. It's not going to happen, although she lengthens her stride now and eases away. As I go through the bell, you can hear they're fully 60, 70 metres behind. 200 metres to run. 3:45 there. She's got to blast this last 100. It's going to be tight. Can she run about 14 flat for this last 100? 50 to go. Healy hanging on, but it's 6 metres down. The clock ticking away. It's going to be just outside 4 minutes. She finished like an absolute rocket the last 150, but she lost it in the middle of the race. You just need more aggression if you're going to break records, and you're at the front of the race, and it wasn't quite there. Brilliant run from Georgia Bell. It was indeed a new personal best indoors for her by some 3 seconds, but just not quite enough to get that elusive British record of Laura Muir.
She gave it a real go though, didn't she? I tell you what, I thought with 400 metres to go, that record had run away with her. But then she just rallied. When she heard the bell, she literally did hear the bell, Georgia Bell Hunter, and put the foot down. But that last lap, she just gave herself too much to do, unfortunately. I think you're right, you could just see when the pacemaker did drop off, it was those middle couple of laps when the pacemaker had dropped off, that they just fell into the wrong sort of rhythm. And I think she was kind of hoping that Sarah might be able to take some of it, but that's not the way you can run. You know, Sarah Healy was holding on for dear life, and you saw the gap that was created in that final lap from Georgia Hunter Bell. The cadence was there, she was piling the pressure on, but really, really sad that she missed it by such a short space of what it was, 0.5, just over half a second.
Sarah Healy was dragged to a massive personal best. I mean, she's had a wonderful indoor season so far. 4:01.62 for her in second place, and as we expected, third place was way down, over 10 seconds back, Ava Lloyd.
Yeah, no lights. I mean, I know we were talking about pace lights as well. I think it is. Look, if you're going to win records, yes, you do have to do the hard work yourself. You can't just rely on a pacemaker hanging on the coattails for as long as possible. But, you know, I think to do an awful lot, you know, that's a tough time trial to try and chase. But it also does show you, and we reiterate again, how tough that British record is. It is there on 10th on the all-time list.
And it's the second fastest time in the world this year. Let's not forget that either. You know, we mustn't disparage what was a brilliant run just inside 4:01. So she has run very fast, Georgia Hunter Bell. Personal best and the second fastest time in the world this year. How can we diss that?
Yeah, remarkable run. Sarah Healy, just a huge personal best too. I don't know, she probably was around about 29 high for that final 200 metres,
yeah,
I think.
To be. Yeah, I mean, I think
to get, so I think
she was really brave, even just going after it and getting so close. And yeah, I got an Irish record, which is nice.
Absolutely amazing to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Sarah, Irish record holder. Congratulations to you, Sarah. And let's bring over Georgia now. Hello, Georgia. Congratulations. Sit yourself down here. You've earned it. Massive congratulations. Just a second away from the record.
Yeah, I think it just puts into perspective how good Laura Muir is. Like, she's run a second faster. That was hard work. So I'm happy with like front running now. I think my coach just said it's second fastest time in the world this year. So hopefully I will be able to break that one day, just not today.
Did you feel that it was close? When did you think to yourself, oh, this could be on today?
You're kind of trying to keep track of the laps, but it's a lot of math, 7 laps. So I kind of had an idea, and then Jen was shouting that we were 2 seconds down at one point, so I knew I needed to get back on it, and yeah, I knew it was going to be close either way.
Well, I couldn't think of a more fitting race to end. Absolutely amazing. I know the crowd here absolutely loved it. I'm going to, greatest honour to present you with this crown. Massive congratulations. Big round of applause, please, for Georgia, everybody. And let's bring in Keely as well, of course, our queen. Keely, come around here. What a fantastic way to end the event, yeah?
I know. I couldn't think of a greater way than Miss Georgia Hunter-Bell right here. Yeah, thank you everyone for coming out and supporting. I really hope you've enjoyed it. It means a lot. Everyone's still coming and turning up, and I hope everyone's enjoyed it. Yeah, thank you so much.
I think it's fair to say we've all enjoyed ourselves, haven't we? We really have. Shall we do it again next year?
I hope so. If you all still come back.
I think I'll be free. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up once again, of course, for Georgia and our queen, that's Keely! Ladies and gentlemen, you have been absolutely amazing.
Two of the wonderful success stories of the Paris Olympics there, Keely Hodgkinson and Georgia Bell. We're going to leave you very shortly. The crowd have been entertained grandly. It's been a great afternoon. Ali, some final thoughts from you on this inaugural edition of the Keely Classic, which we hope will keep going for many, many years.
Yeah, and I think, you know, given 48 hours ago, the disappointment in hearing the news about Keely, I think the fact that she's been here, she's had a lot more face-to-face with her fans. She's given her time up, and, you know, her and her team now do have to process what she's gone through and get her body ready for a very tough outdoor season. But I think, you know, we've had 2 British records in Lena Nielsen in the 300 and that phenomenal men's 1,000 metres with Neil Gourley, and then to finish with Georgia Bell just outside, a second outside of Laura Muir's British record, but then an Irish record for Sarah Healy, a training partner. I think, you know, the M11 Track Club have done very well today, considering the main woman, Queen Keely, wasn't able to compete. But yeah, I think, look, you know, the worry was that we were going to lose this meeting, you know, and I think that's something that's a shame, because we've enjoyed what you said, Scott. You remember coming here as a kid, watching the Birmingham indoors. You know, I was at university here. It would be a shame to lose it. Rebranded as Keely Classic, I hope it's here to stay.
And Scott, the run of the day, I guess, just looking at the letters and numbers after the names, that British record by Neil Gourley in the 1,000.
Yeah, amazing, fantastic performance, and you know, likes of Alex Pottrell in behind him and Joe Whitfield as well, just showing we've got such good depth, and we already knew that, right, in the 1,500 metres, such good depth. But as Ali said, the women's 300 metres, for me, Lena Nielsen absolutely battering that record. I mean, that was such an impressive run, and I'm looking forward to seeing all these Brits next weekend at the UK indoors, and I think this is it's been a great show for everybody. I think everybody will have come away very happy to have seen some high quality athletics, and yeah, hopefully they're back next weekend, if not next year, for the Keely Classic.
Absolutely, yes. Well, thank you very much indeed for being with us. We're going to leave you now. It's been a wonderful afternoon in Utilita Arena here in Birmingham. From Ali Kerbishley, Scott Eburn, myself, Tim Hutchings. Do hope you've enjoyed it. All 3 of us back for the UK Championships, Indoor Championships here in Birmingham next week, Saturday and Sunday. Do join us. Bye-bye.